서비스를 제공해드리고 있습니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번으로 함께 해주시기 바랍니다. Today at the forum we're providing simultaneous interpretation, so please be with us through channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And please do not forget to leave the devices on the desk as you exit the hall. 네, 또한 사용하신 통역기는 나가실 때 자리에 두신 채로 퇴장해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 10시에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 개회사와 촉사를 시작으로 예일대학교 환경성과지수 EPI 보고서의 총괄 책임자 마틴 울프님의 기조 강연으로 함께 하시겠습니다. 10시에 시작하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네,
Hello, I am Shin Jie, the host of 2022 ESG International Conference in Busan. We are surely living in the era of ESG, and in accordance, we are hosting the ESG International Conference in line with the Blue Planet Future Festival. We do have a lot of sessions and programs for today's conference, so I hope that all of you can enjoy today's conference to the fullest. So we will open the conference very soon, but first, please watch the video that we prepared for you.
잇따라 터져나오고 있습니다.
네, 위기
Thank you. So a crisis is a new opportunity. That is true. And in the time of climate change, we are hosting the 2022 ESG International Conference in Busan, and many are joining us online as well. So we see a lot of comments on the online platform as well, and I encourage all the participants to leave more comments on the platform as well. So we will open the conference officially now. For that, I'm going to invite Ambassador of Bureau International the Exposition, Mr. Choi Che. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 ESG International Conference in Busan. Thank you for joining us both online and offline, and it's great to see all of you here. We are facing a very serious problem of climate change, and we are hosting this event for 4 days to raise the public awareness on that. And this event is in line with the Busan Blue Planet Future Festival as well. Well, just a few days ago, our nation was hit by a water bomb, actually flooding a lot of regions. So that is also the testament to the serious problem of global warming and climate change. So we have to better understand the role of ESG, and for this, we are working with various partners. This event is co-hosted by Global Networks for Blue Planet and KCCI Busan. The sponsor is Busan Metropolitan City, and the sponsor is B&K Financial Group, Daewon Plus Construction, Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power, and Gori Nuclear Power Site, K-Water, Busan Environmental Cooperation, and Busan Construction. Thank you for your support. Today's conference has a lot of speakers from various backgrounds and expertise. We will take this opportunity to better understand the concept of ESG, and we will work together for more collective action to fight against climate change. I hope that Busan City can be a great place to start and better understand the ESG concept. We are working with many partners from the public, private sectors, as well as the academic sector. And I believe that this conference will be a very insightful and informative to all of you. And this climate change is a problem, but at the same time, an opportunity for a change. And for that, we need to expand and spread new norms and values. Companies focused on their financial bottom lines only, but now they have to care for the environment and climate change as well. Accelerating climate change and the COVID pandemic also demonstrated the problem severely and pushed us to look back on what we've done in the past. This is surely a new chance to better ourselves and to make the planet greener. The planet is not something that we are handing down to the future generation. Actually, we are borrowing this planet from the future generations. That's the idea that we have to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Che, for your opening address. As President Che mentioned, climate crisis or change is happening now. It's not something that is related to the future. And as he mentioned, I hope today's conference will be a stepping stone for addressing the climate issues. And next, we will invite Young-Hwan Lee, Vice President of the Busan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to deliver a congratulatory address. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you very much, everyone. Good to see you all. For the sustainable survival of mankind, we really need to address climate change, which this very event is taking action for. And I'd like to congratulate the hosting of the very first hosting of the 2022 ESG International Conference in Busan. And I'd like to thank President Che and Mr. Jong-Dak Kim and many other related officials for their hard work and support for the hosting of this event. Since a few years ago, the industrial sectors realized the severity of the climate change issues. Especially for many companies, it's not an option, but a must to address the climate issues. Our government also is working very hard by establishing guidelines for the ESG operation and management for companies. However, local companies' response for ESG operation for climate change issues is kind of insufficient. Maybe they lack ability or capability to adapt ESG operation now, but we need to work harder for that direction. And carbon emission reduction and many other climate-related issues are the criteria for selecting their partner companies. International society is also working hard to address climate issues by establishing many different guidelines and standards. So the international society is changing rapidly. Therefore, local companies and local governments also need to keep up with such change. In this regard, hosting of this very conference in Busan is very timely and meaningful. I hope this conference will provide an opportunity for our local companies and governments to take a step forward to addressing the climate issues through ESG operation. I'd like to thank everyone for your presence once again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President Lee, for your congratulatory address. For the sustainable growth, the ESG operation and management is a must. And he also promised to support further for this action. Moving on, we're going to hear from Sefania Nawadra, Director General of the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program.
Members of the National Assembly, environmental organizations, film and video experts and lovers of watching movies, citizens of the Republic of Korea, and fellow global citizens. Nisambula Binaka and warm greetings from the Pacific. My name is Sefania Nawandra. I am the head of the Pacific's premier environment organization called the Secretariat of the Pacific Environment Program, based in Apia, Samoa. SPREP has 26 member countries and territories, and we champion the environmental issues of the Pacific. First, let me give our congratulations from the Pacific to the organizing committee, the Global Networks for Blue Planet, the Lee Convention, and the City of Busan for launching and hosting the first inaugural Blue Planet Future Festival to bring awareness to the global community on the climate crisis. I hope that some of these issues can be captured and advocated during the film festival that you are hosting. I wish you all the best, and thank you for all your efforts in joining us in the Pacific to continue to fight for climate action and to advocate that those that are responsible step up and meet their obligations and responsibilities. Thank you.
네, 나와다라 국장님.
Thank you for your congratulatory speech. We understand how actively you are working for environmental protection. And now we will invite our keynote speaker. Actually, one of the reasons that we are able to open the ESG International Conference is the Yale University's EPI, Environmental Performance Index. The EPI team collects national EPI data like renewable transition and emissions control and publishes reports every 2 years. Mr. Martin Wolf, the managing director of the EPI, is the keynote speaker for today's conference. The title of his speech is EPI Global Matrix for Sustainability.
Yes, we're very honored to have you, sir, today for the keynote speech. Thank you for joining us despite of all the
네, 오늘 기조 연사로 모시게 되어서 굉장히 기쁘게 생각합니다. 제 말이 들리시는지 그리고 준비가 되셨는지요?
Well, I think currently he is not able to hear my voice. Well, sir, can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, hello. Yes, thank you very much once again for joining us today. Well, I can see that you're sharing your screen. Since everything is set up, please go ahead with your presentation.
Well, first, I just want to thank you for inviting me to speak at this very prestigious conference. I'm Martin Wolf, researcher and climate scientist at Yale University, and the project director of the 2022 Environmental Performance Index. So I just want to start out by thanking my numerous colleagues at Columbia University and the McCall-McBain Foundation for supporting our work to champion more evidence-based environmental strategies that allow us to make some significant progress towards addressing climate change, but also preserving our natural environment and improving public health outcomes. So here's the outline for my talk today. I'd like to start by providing really a brief overview on why we should care about data and what data's role should be in environmental decision-making. And after we've seen a few examples of how data can support sustainability policy, I'll introduce the work that my team does on the Environmental Performance Index to provide a data-driven summary of the state of sustainability trends around the world. Now, the 40 metrics that comprise the Environmental Performance Index offer several important lessons to policymakers, but also business leaders and others who aspire to put their operations on track to reach the sustainability targets and respond to some of the most pressing environmental challenges that we face in our time. And then finally, I'll conclude by offering a few remarks on how data-driven metrics like the Environmental Performance Index can increase the resiliency of supply chains and enhance the sustainability of corporate activities as we move towards a more globalized economy and really more fully comprehend how our actions take place in one city or one country, but the impacts of those actions can be felt around the world. So I'd like to start with one question, and that question is, how can we ensure that our actions as business leaders or as decision makers minimize environmental harm while still maintaining economic growth? And the point I'll try and convey today is that the answer may lie in data. Data-driven metrics have the power to transform our understanding of the scale of pollution, the scale of biodiversity loss, and the scale of climate change. But this data is only useful if it's collected and presented in a way that we can access and scrutinize, and really most importantly, understand. That is, if we can understand the environmental data, we can use it to enhance our own sustainability. And as we'll see in a few slides, environmental metrics, in particular ESG metrics, offer one way to summarize environmental, social, and governance data in easily accessible ways that our companies and also the general public and policymakers can understand. But first, I just wanted to share really just a few of the many examples of how data is increasingly being incorporated into sustainability and environmental policymaking. For example, the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals lay out numerical targets that actors should aspire to reach. For example, the percentage of people with access to safe drinking water, or the levels and ambient concentrations of air pollutants. And under the Paris Climate Agreement, countries are asked to submit quantitative goals, that is, numerical targets, to reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. And then on more local scales, numerous institutions and organizations, like the Family Business Network, can help companies analyze their data and reach the sustainability targets that they volunteer and commit to. So in each of these examples, the key is that policymakers and business leaders have clear goals to work towards and really report on their efforts to reach these goals, thereby helping constituents and stakeholders understand performance. So data, therefore, helps us track our progress towards setting sustainability targets and then meeting these targets. There's an old saying that you can't fix what you don't measure. And to put it another way, data-driven ESG metrics can allow us to spot problems, highlight leaders, and identify the best policy practices that lagging companies can adopt to enhance their own sustainability. And further, consumers are also more likely to trust reports that are backed up by the clear and comprehensive data that ESG metrics summarize and present. So for all of these reasons, I really applaud efforts that are happening around the world to make ESG analyses more data-driven and statistically rigorous and also accessible. But I know that it's difficult to reach each of these goals and really strike a balance between having metrics that are based in the latest scientific research while also being accessible to the general public. And that's why I want to share with you some of the successes we've had with the Environmental Performance Index. For over 20 years, the Environmental Performance Index, or EPI, has sought to enhance environmental decision-making by embracing cutting-edge sustainability research and producing data-driven environmental metrics that can improve public health, enhance ecosystem vitality, and focus attention on climate change mitigation. We've seen over these past 2 decades how good data and science, fact-based analysis, can help corporate leaders and decision-makers in the public and private sectors refine their policy agendas and also communicate with key stakeholders to maximize the return on their environmental investments. So the EPI offers to policymakers and corporate leaders a scorecard that highlights leaders and laggards in environmental performance and provides a practical guidance for countries and companies that aspire to move their operations towards a more sustainable future. The report covers some of the most pressing sustainability issues of our time, like climate change, air pollution, biodiversity and habitat conservation, water quality, fisheries, and really a whole host of other topics. We use these 40 performance indicators across 11 environmental issue categories to track sustainability trends in 180 countries around the world and rank these 180 countries on their national efforts to mitigate climate change, protect environmental health, and enhance ecosystem vitality. These metrics measure how close countries are to meeting internationally established sustainability targets, but the EPI results also provide a way to spotlight leaders and identify policies that underperforming countries can adopt from their more sustainable peers. So while the report ranks countries, the results are also useful to business leaders seeking to understand the sustainability of their supply chains and the outsourcing of their pollution, and really whether their corporate practices in an increasingly globalized economy align with global sustainability goals. So now you may be looking at the slide and think 40 individual metrics is a lot. How can I possibly make sense of all of that? Well, to make our results more easily understood, we aggregate performance into broader categories and policy objectives. So climate change measures performance related to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to the effects of a changing climate. Environmental health measures the impacts and the effects that pollution has on public health. and morbidity and mortality. And finally, ecosystem vitality measures the impacts that our companies and actions have on biodiversity, habitat conservation, and other factors that may threaten fish and wildlife. And ultimately, we assign a weight to each of these issues before aggregating up into an overall EPI score. So one of the EPI's main strengths is that it takes a lot of data and consolidates it into easily digestible scorecards on environmental performance. We offer both a global scorecard as well as national scorecards with plenty of information that countries and decision makers can use to compare their own performance to the performance of their peers. In the end, we take data on various environmental issues, compute a ranking for each country, and then give each country a final overall EPI score that reflects average performance across all of the individual environmental issues. And then importantly, we not only track environmental performance in the year that the report is released, but we also compute trends to track how countries are making progress or sadly deteriorating in certain environmental issues. Now, this trends analysis helps decision makers understand whether their policy interventions are successful over time and highlights the sustainability issues that need the most urgent attention. So here's how we make the Environmental Performance Index, but I just want to emphasize that the same guide applies to any ESG metrics that you care to create or utilize. So we first come up with a list of sustainability issues that we think are important, like climate change, for example. We then look to the data or international treaties to quantify and say what good or bad performance looks like. We consider really dozens of issues, so we assign a weight to each issue based on its importance or the quality of the data that we have to scrutinize the issue. And then we bring everything together and we compute what's called a composite index, or we give each country a score or rank based on how it's doing overall. Okay, so now that you have some issue of how we compute EPI scores, we can turn to some of the results from the 2022 EPI analyses. And you might guess that wealthy countries, both with political stability and financial resources, do well in environmental metrics. And in fact, that's what we see in the 2022 Environmental Performance Index. The highest performing countries are European, with Denmark, the United Kingdom, and Finland earning the top 3 spots. The United States was 43rd overall out of 180 countries, and South Korea was 68. And the countries receiving the lowest scores are generally in Southern Asia and Africa. We recognize, though, that it's not really fair and it's not really useful to compare developing countries to developed countries. The disparity in resources or capital or political factors will, of course, result in varying degrees of environmental performance. What is more interesting and more useful, though, is to compare countries to their peers. So within peer groups, there is variability that suggests that countries at all stages of development and really all levels of financial resources can learn from their top performing peers to increase their sustainability and their environmental performance. Now, one example peer group is simply separating out countries by geography, which is what you see here. And we see that although countries in the global West on average perform near the top of all countries around the world, there's a lot of variability here. So the spread in scores implies that countries like the United States should really work to adopt some policies from the top performing peers. The United States is falling far behind most of its peers, while South Korea, on the other hand, actually ranks really highly within the Asia Pacific peer group, placing 4th out of 25 countries in the regional EPI rankings. So this brings us to a few other sustainability policy insights derived from the latest Environmental Performance Index. Progress towards reaching sustainability targets is, in fact, varied around the world, but a few general lessons that apply globally emerge from the latest environmental data. The first is a sad message, and that is most countries around the world are not on track to meet their climate commitments. The EPI introduces a carefully constructed framework that's based on real emissions data and current emissions trajectories. And our analyses provide a way to gauge whether countries are on track to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century, by 2050, which is the target that was ratified by 197 countries in the 2021 Glasgow Climate Pact. Now, this new indicator offers a tool that business leaders can use to track climate progress, quantify the greenhouse gas emissions of their operations, and hold their peers accountable for their climate commitments. The EPI highlights that most of the world is not on track to reach the target outlined by the Glasgow Climate Pact last year, with many countries still projected to have high greenhouse gas emissions in 2050 if current trends continue. But I just want to emphasize that current trends, current trajectories, are not destiny. Countries can enact more aggressive and ambitious climate policies that shift their trajectories downward towards a more sustainable future. The new greenhouse gas projections metric suggests really that only a handful of countries, namely Denmark, the United Kingdom, Botswana, and Namibia, are currently on track to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Some top performing countries have implemented policies that result in real and also sustained emissions reductions. Denmark, for example, has set national targets of reducing 2030 greenhouse gas emissions by 70% compared to 1990 levels, and has also, importantly, adopted a comprehensive policy agenda to deliver on this commitment, including recently expanded greenhouse gas taxes and expanding renewable energy sources. Now, despite the United Kingdom's strong performance, experts are still questioning whether its recent greenhouse gas trends, which are good and declining steeply, will hold into the future. And that's because much of the United Kingdom's greenhouse gas emissions in recent years has resulted, I have to go this way, have resulted from transitioning from coal-burning power plants to natural gas ones. So in essence, they've already picked the low-hanging fruit, and they need to enact more stringent greenhouse gas reductions policies if they want their current trends to hold. So overall, we hope that these projections should be a wake-up call for countries, that many countries around the world need to do more to mitigate climate change. So really, the greenhouse gas emissions trajectories indicate another sobering story, and that is that only a few major countries, that is China, India, the United States, and Russia, will account for over 50% of emissions in 2050, unless decision makers in these countries strengthen climate policies to pull down emissions trajectories. And worrying still, emissions are still rising in China, India, and Russia, really signaling the challenges that these countries face to successfully mitigate climate change. And although the emissions in the United States are declining, they're not falling really anywhere near fast enough to meet the 2050 target, given the very high emissions starting point of the United States. Another policy insight that the EPI gives us is that the world is still reeling from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to disrupt economies and societies, and is still presenting a persistent challenge for business leaders and policymakers seeking to enact more sustainable practices. Although remarkable improvements in environmental health followed early lockdowns in 2020, these gains in environmental performance came at a terrible cost in terms of human health and economic well-being. Business leaders and policymakers, though, now have a chance to rebuild their economies and societies on a more sustainable basis that retains the pandemic-induced gains in environmental health and ecosystem vitality. But unfortunately, the latest data suggests that decision makers and business leaders across much of the world are still squandering this opportunity. They're not building back better. Concentrations of harmful air pollutants like NOx fell by nearly 60%, and particulate matter by over 30% in many cities around the world during the early days of the pandemic. But now, over the past year, the end of lockdowns and the return to pre-pandemic levels of travel and manufacturing have caused air pollution to rise. And nowhere is this rebound effect more striking than in China, where significant improvements in air quality achieved during early 2020 were erased by the year's end. The message that we want to convey here is that business leaders and policymakers seeking to sustain environmental gains achieved during the early pandemic should try to capitalize on new patterns of transportation that emerged during the pandemic, such as biking or walking, as well as partially remote work when possible, which reduces transportation needs and improves air quality. The pandemic also complicated progress towards mitigating climate change. After 2020's record-setting drop in global greenhouse gas emissions, 2021 emissions have rebounded to pre-pandemic levels throughout much of the world. In some countries, however, like the United States and the European Union, 2021 emissions fell below their 2019 levels, which is suggesting that pandemic-era policies like stimulus policies may be successfully encouraging greener energy transitions and climate transitions. So we encourage business leaders and policymakers to strongly consider how they can make the most of a bad situation that we're currently in. And that is, how can we use the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic to rebuild our societies, economies, supply chains, and business practices using a more sustainable model? If we aim to improve the sustainability of our companies and our countries, though, we should first aim to understand the drivers of good environmental performance. And this gives rise to questions like, what determines, or really what drives, good environmental performance? Well, we can use the analyses from the 2022 Environmental Performance Index to demonstrate really solidly that both financial resources and good governance or good policymaking matter. We see that a country's overall environmental performance index score is correlated with country wealth, that is GDP per capita on the bottom axis here. But we also see that at every level of wealth, some countries outperform their peers. Some countries are more sustainable than their economic peers, which demonstrates that financial resources aren't the only thing that matters. In fact, countries and companies need forward-thinking sustainability policies that demonstrate an intentional commitment to greening their practices to reach towards a more sustainable future. So with all of the lessons learned from the Environmental Performance Index, I want to conclude by highlighting a few key takeaways on how careful and thoughtful analyses of environmental data can help improve ESG metrics and make corporate practices more sustainable in ways that are backed up by data and science. So first, data-driven ESG metrics can help make supply chains greener by identifying the countries that are consuming and producing natural resources sustainably. More advanced metrics, like the ones we've developed for the Environmental Performance Index and the EPI sister project, the Global Common Stewardship Index, can help business leaders identify how their operations rely on outsourced pollution, that is, environmental degradation occurring in other countries that produce goods and services that we then import and consume in our own countries. And finally, by highlighting leaders and laggards in specific areas, decision makers and corporate leaders can identify the best policies that elevate their sustainability and put their companies on track for both a healthier and a happier future. I want to conclude by saying that our team is always eager to discuss our research and policy insights and talk with you about how you might use the Environmental Performance Index and how we might grow and enhance the Environmental Performance Index in future iterations. So please reach out to us at epi@yale.edu. That's our email address. And the full report and analyses are also available at our website, epi.yale.edu. So with that, I want to thank you again so much for inviting me to speak here today about data-driven ESG metrics, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion to follow. Thank Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much once again for providing with us your insights. And as you have mentioned, please stay with us as we will be beginning the discussion very soon. 네, 이 환경 지수와 같은
The indexes like API enables data-driven evaluation of climate issues. And for data and reports and materials, please refer to our homepage. We'll go ahead and start our discussion, keynote discussion. So in this era of a climate crisis, how should we utilize EPI? So we're going to invite President Choi Jae-chul to be our moderator. It was an honor to have Professor Martin Wolf and hear his lecture, how the EPI could play a pivotal role for a better and sustainable future. And his lecture contained a lot of informative and instructive contents. For companies and countries and groups, when they actually exaggerate their actual actions just for the purpose of their image improvement, there arises a greenwashing issue. In this regard, Professor Wolf's data-based implementation and performance evaluation is very useful in improving the objectivity, integrity, and transparency of the evaluation. In 2022, EPI established 3 political areas: climate, environmental health, and ecosystem vitality, as well as 11 issue categories and 40 performance indicators in the evaluation system. And I find it very impressive. And now I have a few questions, maybe rather general questions, maybe trivial or more detailed. So do you hear me okay, Mr. Wolf? Yeah. So when Yale University and Columbia University Centers measure different countries' APIs, through what channel or path do they collect the data of each index? Also, do they use only the officially announced data of each country, or in the event that the data is insufficient, do they ask for additional data from that country's government? And do they evaluate the collected data on their own? Also, or do they communicate with the parties of interest in the evaluated countries for accuracy and transparency of that data? If you could answer, please.
Thank you very much for that kind overview and kind remarks of the Environmental Performance Index. I couldn't agree more that one of the main uses of the EPI is to verify some of the claims that companies and countries are saying about their performance. You mentioned the sources of our data, and I'm so glad you asked about that, because these data-driven metrics only work if you have very good and accurate data that you're considering in your rankings and in your analyses. So in that spirit, we don't accept data directly from countries themselves. Rather, we utilize data that's been verified by a third party, typically something like the United Nations or an academic research institution. These third parties accept data coming from countries and then verify it and clean it and try and ensure that it matches up with other estimates of fisheries health or greenhouse gas emissions or air quality. We do this because we want to ensure that we're using the same data source for all countries. And in a lot of circumstances, we consider 180 countries around the world. We actually consider more than that, but we only have enough data for 180 countries. Not all of these countries have the resources to be able to send us their data. So by using these third-party data sources, we're actually able to consider in our rankings many more countries than we otherwise might be able to if we worked directly with countries. That being said, I just want to emphasize that we're very open to working with environmental and health ministries and researchers in all countries, coordinating between the countries and our data partners to get the latest data and the latest research happening within these countries into our analyses. Because we recognize that the people who best know the conditions on the ground in the country are often the people in those countries themselves. So when we can't rely on satellite data, for example, we often work with on-the-ground measurements in those countries and try and incorporate those into our data sources.
감사합니다. 특히 최신
Thank you. The most updated and accurate data is being used, which is really desirable. Now, for OECD, they've been carrying out EPI evaluations on its member countries and partner countries since 1992. And for their evaluation reports to be produced, it takes over a year, like a year and a half. And you said you announce the reports every 2 years, right? And how long does it take for you to complete the EPI evaluation? And talking about this supply field evaluation, investigation, do your teams actually visit on site?
제가 아는 바로는 실제로 공급망을 방문해서 검증을 해본 적은 없습니다.
And the reason why we do it every 2 years is because we spend the first year taking a step back and considering new data sources that have been produced and also new sustainability issues that we haven't tracked before. So we take a year to basically start from scratch and really delve deep into the latest scientific research and sustainability policymaking, and then take the second year to refine our methodologies and our calculations. So it's a two-step process, driven both by statistics and math, but also making sure that the data, the statistics and math, are grounded in the latest scientific environmental and sustainability research.
네, 감사합니다. 교수
Thank you. Towards the end of your lecture, you mentioned it's really important to have the better ESG calculation method. For ESG evaluation, actually evaluating institutions and indexes are mushrooming and it can be problematic. Last July, The Economist claimed on its special number, we argue that ESG is deeply flawed. Drop the S and the G and shift the E from environment to emissions. Meaning that ESG has a lot of flaws and errors, therefore the social governance should be dropped out and E, environment, should shift it towards emission. Maybe that's more appropriate, according to The Economist. So basically their take is that the ESG is diluting the focus of the public on the significance and severity of the climate crisis. So I would like to hear what's your take on this.
Thank you for that important question. I can't agree with The Economist's position on that, and that's because I think it's impossible to separate out the environmental from the social and the governance. We know that pollution emissions and climate change have huge impacts on society, and we know that governance and policies are so tightly linked to environmental performance. So I don't think it's right, and I don't think it will be successful to focus only on the environmental side of things, because to improve the environmental part of the equation, to improve the E, we also need to have changes in how society runs and governance and policies. So I think that there's a reason why ESG, environmental, social, and governance, are linked together, and that's because they all impact one another. So it's really hard to separate one out from the other.
예, 이 분야에서는 저도 교수님 의견에
Honestly, I agree with Professor Wolf because G, the governance, has when they care less about environment and climate issues, you can't actually implement any actions, right? So they do complement and impact one another. Now, just up to a few years ago, many companies tried to promote their corporate image by investing a lot of money and time in CSR activities. Now, recently, since like 2020, for companies, ESG has emerged as kind of a new management strategy for inducing and securing investors for companies. However, some claim that ESG is nothing more than mere CSR plus version. So how would you explain the difference between the CSR and ESG?
That's an excellent question. And we have to be wary that if we come up with a new name for something, but we're doing something very similar to what we were done before, it can make it look like we're doing something different and better, when in fact, we're doing exactly the same thing, just coming up with a new name for it. I actually do see a small difference between ESG and CSR, and that is I see ESG metrics as companies improving their own policies, kind of their own manufacturing, supply chains, basically improving their own internal policies. I see CSR as companies taking a step outside of their factory, outside of the fence surrounding their factory, and improving the neighborhoods and the communities that the companies reside in and operate in, which I think is good and valuable. Companies have great power to improve the lives of the people that not only work for them, but also the communities around them as well. We've seen this happening throughout the COVID-19 pandemic as well, as the relationship between workers and communities and companies is changing really rapidly. So I hope that this trend of better community engagement continues into the future.
네, 감사합니다. 어떻게 보면
Thank you. Whenever you have a new catchphrases, their initiatives must continue on developing, right? So the ESG can't be more important. The next question can be a little more detailed one. For the past 30 plus years, I've been working in the field on foreign affairs field, tackling climate issues. And since the Brazil COP, the main focus is the response to the climate issues. There are shared responsibilities and respective capability. And recent Paris Agreement, you heard that. So different circumstances for different countries are very important elements. Now, Yale University Center has developed and is announcing every year their API evaluation report on many countries. And when calculating emissions, also UN SDG goal emphasis on the consumption pattern, sustainable consumption pattern, right? But consumption happens more in advanced countries, but production pattern occurs. We emphasize sustainable production pattern, but it happens more in developing countries. Against this backdrop, when you can calculate EPI rankings, the COPs and other summits theme, CBTRC, how could those principles should be reflected?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. But I just want to thank the ambassador because you raised so many important issues there, and I'll try and respond to each of them in turn. One issue that's raised when we're computing global rankings, like the Environmental Performance Index, is whether or not it's fair to compare what's happening in developed countries to developing countries. In that respect, I actually feel that the best use of rankings coming out of the Environmental Performance Index is not comparing all countries to all other countries, but rather finding out who your peers are, who your peer countries are, in terms of your level of economic output, your kind of governance structures, your political structures. And seeing how you compare to your peers is more useful because by looking to your top performing peers, you might be able to identify policies that you can adopt and implement realistically with the financial and economic and political resources that you have within your own country. Ambassador, you also raise a really important point about sustainable consumption and production. And this is something that the EPI research team has been coordinating with our colleagues at Columbia and the United Nations and the University of Tokyo Center for Global Commons to better estimate and really better quantify using robust data the true environmental impact that some Western developed countries like the United States, where I am, better quantify how our emissions are really occurring in some of the more developing countries. For example, I have my iPhone right here that was produced not here in the United States, but some of the electronics were manufactured in South Korea. Some of the screens were manufactured in China. Right now, in a lot of ESG metrics and sustainability metrics, the pollutions from something that I am using here in my country are actually being accounted for as if the other country was emitting them because the production happens in those countries. So this is a big problem, and it's something that we're working really hard on trying to develop better metrics. I encourage everyone, if they're interested in this, to actually look at the Environmental Performance Index sister report. It's called the Global Commons Stewardship Index, that better quantifies the spillover of pollutants. And when we look at results coming out of reports like that, where we quantify the spillover of pollutants, a lot of countries that seem to do well at face value are actually having a big impact on the deterioration of the global commons, like the health of the ocean and climate change, because we're just outsourcing our pollution. So those are really critical points. And I encourage everyone to continue to ask these questions of policymakers who claim that countries are doing better or are being green. Really scrutinize the data and track where pollutants are coming from based on the export of goods and services, to come up with better estimates of countries or companies' true environmental impact.
예, 교수님 정말 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor. Ranking, among 180 countries may be less important, and but it can stimulate and drive one another, right, to really go a step forward to improve themselves. I really agree with you. And sustainability-based supply chain should also be firmly established through, different local society. And the Yale University and Columbia University Center's EPI evaluation report on many countries. I really look forward to their EPI evaluation contributing to the firm establishment of the ESG direction and standardization of the evaluation criteria. We'd like to thank you once again for being part of the first ESG International Conference held in Busan, one of the major cities in Korea. And I hope to see you in person next time. And for the second round of this conference, if you could provide us with some advice, please, and say thank you and bye.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I too hope to be there in person next time. I hope that by that point, will have emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic as a more sustainable society and economy and a more sustainable world. And I thank you again for really taking the issue of robust and data-driven ESG metrics seriously. I welcome anyone to reach out to me with any questions they have in the future. I'm always happy to talk with you. So thank you again very, very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 ESG 국제
Thank you. That's the end of the keynote session discussion. Please give them big hand once again.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 계속해서 관련
Thank you. Suggesting climate-related issues and seeking methods of solution together was a very meaningful time. So this concludes the keynote session, and we will continue right on to the session 1, the Global Climate Crisis Policy and ESG. So ESG is, for country or a business, it's now an unavoidable standard, and it's a must. So we'll invite some experts and professionals to see where we are.
행적.
So the first speaker is Hyo-eun Kim, Ambassador of Climate Change of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please give her a big hand.
네, 오늘 이렇게
Hello. Thank you for inviting me as a speaker. And the keynote speech and keynote session was really interesting personally, so I hope that many of you can also find my presentation interesting and informative too. So I'm given 20 minutes for my presentation. So I will set my alarm here and begin. So the title of my speech is Decade of Action for Carbon Neutrality. So from 2020 to 2030, that decade is a really critical and significant decade. And I am going to tell you why. So it begins with the Paris Agreement in 2015. As you know, Paris Agreement is also dubbed as the new climate regime. The reason it's new is that the Kyoto Protocol only mandated the advanced countries that is more responsible for GHG emissions to reduce their emissions. But now the Paris Agreement is including rather underdeveloped or developing countries as well in the pact. So climate cooperation is actually based on two principles. First, common, but second, differentiated responsibility. So climate change is something that we all have responsibility for, but we do have differentiated responsibilities. Advanced nations do have greater responsibility for this, of course, as opposed to developing countries. So that's called common but differentiated responsibility, or CDR. And we also recognize that all different countries have different capacity responding to climate change. Particularly developing countries or sub-Saharan countries or some small island countries in the Pacific region do not have capability to fight climate change, so they need support and help. However, still, the Paris Agreement is making a groundbreaking commitment of all countries on the planet, and it recognizes that all countries on the planet are responsible for climate change mitigation. And another thing is that it is based on a very strong principle of NDC, or nationally determined contribution. Each nation can set their goal on its own, but they always need to make progress. So that's another principle, a principle of progression over time. So for example, if you say, like, or my country is going to reduce the emissions by 50%, and later you will say, like, oh, that's too much, I'm going to drop it to 30%. Well, that's not allowed under the Paris Agreement. You always need to make progression. That is another principle. And another important principle of Paris Agreement is MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification. You have to measure, report your emissions effort, and the result needs to be verified by a third party. So of course, you do have the rights to set your own goal. However, your goal and your promise need to be verified. And how well you are making progress on your promise must be verified by the international community or a third party. So that is a very strong principle of Paris Agreement. Our effort to fight climate change is based on science. Is climate change a scientific issue? Is it based on science and evidence? That's the question that has been pretty prevalent in the past. And to provide evidence and scientific evidence to climate change, IPCC is making assessment reports. And every time when IPCC released AR, we witnessed great development in our effort to fight climate change. For example, the first AR released in 1990 laid the foundation for the adoption of UNFCCC. And AR4, released in 2007, pushed us to adopt the Bali Action Plan. And it also made the IPCC a Nobel Peace Awardee laureate. And that was a pretty momentous event. And everybody started to believe that climate change is a phenomenon based on scientific evidence. And another important thing is that special report on 1.5 released in 2018. That is, when we were creating the Paris Agreement, the global community agreed to limit the temperature rising under 2 Celsius degrees. That was in 2015. So back then, 2 degrees was the common sense. However, in 2018, with the special report on 1.5, we learned that 2 degrees is just too much. We have to limit it to 1.5. That suggestion was also based on science and evidence. So far, the global warming was 1.1 degrees. So we only have 0.4 degrees left. So we have a very narrow window of opportunity. And AR6, Working Group 1, was released in 2018 2021 and that laid the foundation for the adoption of Glasgow Climate Pact. So the 1.5 degrees is really, really important. According to the report from the ICCC, when the temperature rises 1.5 degrees, the frequency of abnormal heat wave that would occur once in 10 years will increase by over 4-fold. The frequency of once in 50-year abnormal heat wave will increase by 8.6 times. That means that we will have a heat wave almost every year. And what is more frightening is that if the temperature rises 2 degrees, it will become 5.6 times and 13.9 times respectively. That's what the IPCC report is saying. So 2 degrees is just too high. It should be under 1.5 degrees Celsius. That is a strong recommendation by the IPCC report. And actually, we have witnessed a lot of extreme weathers and abnormal weather events. The extreme rainfall or the water bomb that happened in Seoul was really extreme. And we couldn't handle that water because it was just too much. The draining system in Seoul or in Korea is designed to contain a certain number of water. For example, it can contain 80 millimeters of water every hour. However, that day, the water quantity was over 130 millimeters per hour. That was impossible for the draining system of the city to handle. And this is happening only with the global warming of 1.1 degrees Celsius. So if it becomes 1.5 or 2, that's going to be extremely dangerous and catastrophical. So the report is saying that global warming must be kept under 1.5 above the pre-industrial level until 2100. And for that, by 2050, emissions and reductions must strike a balance, meaning that we need to achieve carbon neutrality. And for that carbon neutrality by 2050, we need to reduce emissions by 45% of emissions from 2010 by 2030. So this is the recommendation from the IPCC. So we all need to be on track if we are to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. So emissions reduction need to be 45% on average. So it could be 50% for some countries and 20% for others. However, globally and on average, we need to be at 45%. According to the AR6 Working Group 3 released this year, to achieve the 1.5 limit by 2030, if the baseline is 2019, the emissions need to fall by 43%. And we also need to reach the emission peak no later than 2025. So meaning that the emissions are growing across the world, but that should peak in 2025. After that, we need to go down. Only by that we can reduce emissions by 45% in 2030, by 2030. And I am emphasizing on this fact again and again because, some people have doubts about this trend or about this global effort. Probably if we have another president in the US, like Donald Trump, this will just go back again. Or some people think that this is just a fad. However, that is not true. This is something that will make or break our survival and this will severely affect our future generations. We have to keep going, and we have to work on this continuously. The COP26 had a very strong goal, a strong objective. It really wanted to invite all countries around the world to make commitment to global greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Only by that we can achieve the 45% of emissions reduction by 2030. And the UK also argued that greenhouse gas emissions reduction is not something that should be done by the government only. It requires all people from the world. So the COP26 had what we call the whole of the society approach. So here you can see that every day during the meeting, we invited various sectors of our society to have a discussion and create a common idea for greenhouse gas reductions. For example, here on Wednesday, we invited finance sector. And we said that we will not make investment in project that is harming our environment or emitting greenhouse gas emissions. And another day, for example, here on November 11th, we invited cities and regions. This day, we invited regional governments and local governments, and we pushed them to make commitments to greenhouse gas reductions. So every day, we invited different interest parties, and we pushed them to make some commitment. And this was a pretty successful approach. All sectors, all different parts of our society now understand the importance and significance of our effort to fight climate change or reduce greenhouse emissions. So the result of the COP20 is summarized on this page. You can check it on your own. But the most important result is reaffirming the strong commitment of the global community for the 1.5 limit. For that, we need to reduce emissions by 45% on average by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. But what is more frightening, in fact, is that small or specific initiatives led by major countries. For example, Major Economies Forum by the US. About 20 nations account for 80% of all global emissions, right? Well, if you look at the United Nations, we have almost 200 nations or partners. Well, and if each nation takes 1 minute or 5 minutes to talk about their stance, well, it'll take so much time or days. So just getting the results from this kind of big conference is just so difficult. So there are other initiatives that is including small number of major countries. For example, the US is saying that major economies will make a promise that, for example, new cars to be sold in the market should be all electronic vehicles by a certain date. Well, for example, if they set that kind of initiative for major economies, then these major economies work so hard to achieve that goal, and it'll make great impact on Earth. And there are other initiatives presented by the EU as well. Most importantly, Carbon Border Adjustment Measures, or CBAM. With this initiative, the EU is saying that they will not import product from environmentally harmful countries. For example, they can add tariffs on products imported from those kind of countries. And Germany is doing or launching another initiative too, G7 Climate Club. As a chair country of the G7, Germany created this climate club. So if a nation is really active in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it can join as a member for this climate club. And if you become a member of the club, you will get some benefits. And if you're not a member, you will get some disadvantage. Well, there are no specific rules or information on this yet regarding the benefits and disadvantages, but Germany is working on this. And another thing here you can see on the screen is PPCA. PPCA is to end coal-based power generation by 2030. So there are various initiatives across the nation. And another thing that you have to focus on is the concept of ESG. You are all familiar with RE100, right? So you have to produce your goods 100% based on renewables. And also there are other initiatives like EV100. Like for example, a company can claim that all vehicles running in our company will be 100% EV. And World Economic Forum, or the Davos Forum, is also presenting First Movers Coalition, or FMC. This as a new platform for companies to harness their purchasing power and supply chains to create early markets for innovative clean energy technologies. When they buy materials from certain companies, or when they sell their product to some customers, they have to think about the environment. So basically, they are making some commitment to create green and sustainable supply chain. And here, Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Well, I told you, the UK, one day we collected all participants from the financial sector, So the financial institutes were brought into one place. And the UK government said, if you are making investment in non-eco-friendly or non-green project, we will not support you. So this was one of the initiatives done by the UK as well. So this is the global trend. And the Korea's NDC by 2030 is minus 40% from 2018. And Korea is making a lot of effort for this. And we have to be part of various initiatives that I just shared with. It will require a lot of effort and painful process. And as I told you before, 2030 and 2050, these years are really critical milestones. They set some milestones for this. And Busan declared that Busan Expo, 2030 Busan Expo, Busan declared that we will host the 2030 Global Expo. And because 2030 is really critical year, we have to think about sustainability and sustainable living with the nature when we are designing that conference. So Busan will become the leader in this effort, and I will look forward to further discussions.
함께 해주셨습니다.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. Since the Paris Agreement, the international society is setting ESG as a new standard or governance standard. Moving on, we'll invite to hear the ESG strategy in New Zealand. So, Philip Tunner, Ambassador of New Zealand to Korea, was supposed to give a presentation, but on behalf of him, Mr. Park Chung-min will give a presentation. Do you hear me okay? Yes, thank you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Deliver my speech in English today, given the speech that Ambassador Turner was meant to give was in English, but I trust that there's good translation services. My name is John Park, and as explained before, I'm the Deputy Head of Mission at the New Zealand Embassy here in Seoul. It's unfortunate that my ambassador contracted COVID at the most inopportune time. Like climate change, one of the bigger issues that we're grappling with in the world. However, thank you to the conference organisers for allowing me to deliver the speech on his behalf. So, talking about the conference and the issues that we're talking about, climate change and ESG, they cannot come at a more pressing time for the world. Ambassador Kim alluded to a lot of the issues that the world is facing and what the world is doing in response. And my Prime Minister is the same. So our Prime Minister called climate change the biggest challenge of our time recently. And she, alongside the other world leaders, had pledged, following on from the Paris Agreement, to act with urgency to reduce global carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. You know, we're a Pacific nation, New Zealand, and talking about New Zealand would have to talk about the Pacific too. Countries in the Pacific are particularly vulnerable to climate change, as some of you may know. I have done a posting in the Pacific in Vanuatu, and I've seen firsthand the negative impacts that climate change has had on the Pacific. And for the Pacific, it's an existential threat on their livelihoods, the natural environment, on resources. I was there when Tropical Cyclone Pam hit in 2015, and the aftermath of that was devastating for the country as a whole. And you would have heard many people talking about sea level change and how some of the low-lying atolls and islands in the Pacific, if that continues at its going rate, may not exist anymore. So, in New Zealand, climate change is also causing coastal erosion, disrupting biodiversity and melting glaciers. And the need to take action has become a bipartisan priority. At the same time, we look at Korea, and Korea is on an increasingly green trajectory. And we look at Korea as an example. Last year, it became the 14th country in the world to legislate carbon neutrality by 2050. And they're also taking the lead on, and you may have heard from other speakers, on ESG. This meeting and conference and event is therefore a valuable opportunity to profile the important role of ESG in combating climate change. So, why is ESG important in combating climate change? It's gaining momentum globally, so there's a consensus in some of the key issues to address. There are non-financial performance indicators that are being used to determine and evaluate corporate sustainability and responsibility. It's not just about the bottom dollar. ESG-centered corporate strategies create long-term value through focus on ethical, social, and environmental, and the economic dimensions of doing business. This has been driven by demand from beneficiaries and stakeholders, pressure from regulators, and increased expectations by customers to consider the adverse impacts of investments on the society and environment. The clear message is that companies need to act responsibly and contribute to the betterment of society, rather than simply considering profits. This brings me to why ESG is an important role in combating climate change. In the context of climate change, ESG encourages sustainable practices by companies to mitigate their negative environmental impacts. Actions could range from using recycled paper for company products to developing green office buildings with solar panels. Investors are now actively focusing on whether companies contribute to global warming or help reduce it. As such, the ESG movement is now at the forefront of global efforts by countries to decarbonize and become more sustainable. It's a reflection that the benefits of embracing the ESG movement are very real. ESG measures have the power to slow climate change, but also ensure that the transition to a carbon-free society is equitable. The concept is also challenging businesses to think hard about issues such as waste management, privacy, employee welfare, and diversity, just to name a few. Ultimately, companies that are proactive in managing ESG-related risks and opportunities will create value for their stakeholders. But companies that fail to embrace the ESG movement may face losing access to capital investment, along with reputational damage and investor backlash. So, looking to New Zealand as an example, what's the important role of ESG there? As in other parts of the world, there's growing interest in New Zealand in doing more to accelerate towards the goal of strong and consistent ESG reporting. Although New Zealand does not have a government-mandated ESG reporting framework or standard, a climate-first approach to reporting is being taken. One significant development has been New Zealand's introduction of a mandatory climate-related financial disclosure regime last year, first of its kind. This new law requires the financial sector to disclose the impacts of climate change on their business and explain how they'll manage climate-related risks and opportunities. It will require around 200 large financial institutions in New Zealand to start making climate-related disclosures beginning as early as next year. These include banks, investment managers, insurers, and Crown financial institutions with greater than $1 billion in total assets under management, and all equity and debt issues listed on the New Zealand Stock Exchange. Currently, organisations in New Zealand provide limited information on the implications of climate change risks to their business or are reporting in inconsistent ways. Mandating climate-related financial disclosures is therefore expected to achieve greater transparency, enable climate risk to be adequately priced in capital markets, and help the government achieve its zero carbon target by 2050. In addition, there are a range of other voluntary and mandated corporate reporting that relates to ESG and climate change objectives. One example is the use of sustainable product labelling, such as the Fair Trade Mark, to communicate sustainability factors to consumers at the point of sale. The uptake of this has increased in the last decade, along with a deeper understanding of environmental and social risks for businesses. The New Zealand Stock Exchange Corporate Governance Code adopts a comply and explain model for sustainability disclosures. Under this model, companies are expected to disclose their sustainability performance unless they have a legitimate reason not to. Where companies have a legitimate reason not to disclose, they are expected to explain why they haven't. To demonstrate leadership on climate action, the New Zealand government has also announced a carbon neutral government program. In 2020, that aims to make the government carbon neutral by 2025. This requires entities in the public sector to set credible gross emissions reduction targets and plans for 2025 and 2030 and publicly report against them. New Zealand Indigenous culture and our history and our heritage is very important. We've benefited from Motorongo Māori, the cultural intelligence of the Indigenous people of New Zealand. The obligation is to partner with them in developing corporate reporting standards. Many Māori businesses already voluntarily report on ESG outcomes. For example, Ngāti Haua uses Tangata Taio Intikanga, which translates to people, environment, and culture, to report on activities and achievements. Similarly, many Māori businesses already operate with long-term horizons and wider social and environmental aspirations. We're looking after the land, supporting communities, and regenerating ecosystems are a core part of their work. So there's a strong business case to undertake sustainability reporting to better understand, rather than focusing on a narrow set of financial indicators. The direction of travel for New Zealand is clear, and there are roles that governments can play to accelerate the transition towards an effective ESG reporting regime. So for New Zealand, as an example, we now look to Korea. And we've been very impressed by how quickly Korea has embraced the ESG movement. In a society where big business is such a big part of the country's trajectory, they've taken a lead as well. It's a reflection that Korea remains one of the world's largest emitters of CO2 and importers of coal, a status that detracts from Korea's overall success, however. For those of us who live in Seoul, worsening air pollution and extreme weather as Ambassador Kim noted, the recent record rainfall is an example. Heat waves and typhoons have brought home the reality of reliance on fossil fuels, and which is why I believe the ESG movement adds tangible value, and I think why the government and industry in Korea have identified this. It gives Korea the opportunity to change the status quo, grow export competitiveness, and respond to growing climate consciousness, both domestically and internationally. It's a way for Korea to turn its 2050 carbon neutral target into real measurable actions across both the public and private sectors. Our shared interest in ESG also presents shared opportunities. Businesses in both countries will be working actively in the ESG space, such as on developing low or carbon-free products that reduce carbon emissions and eco-friendly packaging that reduces waste. At the same time, both countries can draw on their respective strengths to complement each other. One tangible opportunity I'd like to highlight is Korea's development of a hydrogen economy. Korea's search for international partners to fulfill this ambition provides New Zealand with opportunities in hydrogen production, transportation, and the development of hydrogen fuel cells. In particular, we believe New Zealand may have a competitive advantage in green hydrogen production, and we hope, given Korea's demand for that, we could one day export it to Korea. Cooperation with Korea also gives New Zealand a stronger understanding of the viability of a hydrogen economy and export market, including the economics of export hydrogen, infrastructure, and the benefits of scale that can be leveraged. Another example I'd like to highlight is the growth of the zero waste movement. COVID has resulted in the rapid growth of e-commerce in Korea, but also the increased production and use of plastic packaging. I was encouraged to see the Korean government propose new regulations in response to minimize waste generation through restrictions on packaging. I'm proud that New Zealand is already ahead of most economies on such waste reduction. We've already banned single-use plastic bags in 2019, taking the lead from some of our smaller island counterparts, and are moving to ban more plastics, including cotton buds, packaging, cutlery, straws, and fruit labels. By 2025, New Zealand will have banned single-use plastics. So there are many opportunities for New Zealand and Korea to work together on ESG, and we look forward to exploring these in the future more. I'd like to conclude by noting again that Korea is well on its way towards building a more climate resilient economy. But I believe it can go further and become a true climate champion through ESG, one that New Zealand can look to aspirationally and as a cooperative partner. I'd like to congratulate the Global Networks for the Blue Planet and Busan Metropolitan City for providing this opportunity to profile the importance of ESG and climate actions in both our countries and highlight ways we can work together in the future. And I look forward to this conference becoming a regular feature. Thank you very much.
네, 함께 해주신 공관 차석님.
Once again, thank you for your great speech. New Zealand is definitely a leader in the ESG field, and Korea is also a leader. So we can have a lot of cooperation in the future. And the last speaker for this session is Professor Yong-Sik Ok, co-president of International ESG Association. He is an expert in UN SDG, and he is a well-recognized researcher, particularly as a HCR. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Yong-Sik Ok, professor of Korea University. In December in Malaysia, we had a serious flood. It killed about 53 people. And New Jersey, America, Hurricane Ida killed a lot of people too. The governor there said that the sky opened last night, and it began to throw a Nigerian fall into the city. And in July last year, we had a serious heat wave in Greece causing various wildfires that was really hard to contain. And that wildfire was not only in Greece, it was also found in Turkey and many other neighboring countries. And Ambassador Hyun Kim mentioned very important information. IPCC report, annual report, said that climate change is definitely anthropogenic crisis. According to its AR number 5, global warming is an absolute fact, and the reason behind it is lying on the people. So what you are seeing here is the head of the Nature website. So the Nature journal is covering extreme heat waves, and this is causing a lot of disruption in transportation and economies across the world. The wildfire, flood, and many other extreme weather events are affecting the people. In the winter, we might have serious cold wave as well. So we need to prepare for that. So there are 7 major physical risks to the mankind or to the planet. Ambassador Kim mentioned this earlier, so I'm just going to skip this. But I would like to tell you that I share the same idea on this. ESG and climate change. They are 2 important concepts and ideas. ESG investment in Korea is about 531 trillion won. That is about 35.9% of the total investment made in Korea. And if you think about the investors' interest, the total ESG investment globally will reach about $130 trillion. The total GDP of Korea is 1.6 trillion, so that is almost 10 times the GDP of Korea. So that is massive amounts. So that means that probably all investment vehicles in the future will consider ESG as a very important component. So when companies do their business, it is just inevitable for them to incorporate ESG concept into their operations. Global money will flow into the ESG investing, and to make it more meaningful, businesses and their operations need to be truly based on ESG. And how green or how sustainable their operations are can be determined based on EU taxonomy. The most famous criteria for ESG evaluation at the moment. So if we provide clear criteria and standards based on the taxonomy, companies can do a better job in greening their operations. So in the same note, the Korean government created a K taxonomy as well. To dive into more deeper, I'm going to talk about financial risks linked with climate change. If a company is doing good in responding to climate change, for example, if a company makes a battery based on renewable energy, their corporate value rises. For example, look at Tesla. Tesla stock price or market cap increased by 145 times compared to 10 years ago. What it says is that the customer and the people believe that Tesla might do a good job in the future. But the real reason behind this is that the investors and customers or stock investors believe that Tesla does not really have climate-related risks. So that is why their corporate value is rising. So how green a company is or how sustainable a company is became really critical for investors. We do have a global initiative that recognizes that climate change can undermine financial performance of a company. So when you consider climate change, you have to think about first transitional risk. You can find it on the left box here. So if there are some transitional trends or changes in a society, many things in society and the economy change. The company will change their structure and policies, and consumers will change their belief. And another risk that you have to think about is physical risk. If you fail to respond to climate change, for example, in the short term, you will be exposed to extreme weather events, for example, and then in the long term, you will fail in your operations due to some long-term chronic risks. And you also have to apply micro and macro lenses when you interpret economic transmission in the society. And considering all that, you can identify financial risks in the end. That are listed on the very right section here. So the financial risks include credit risk, market risk, underwriting risk, and many others. So good example here is Samsung. Samsung made the SDI Sustainability Report in 2019, trying to understand their climate change-related risks so that they can set up mid to long-term strategies to fight that. So we also had financial institutes taking concerted actions against climate risks. In total, 112 financial institutes participated in this event, making a strong commitment to various issues like decarbonization, TCFD, and CDP. Well, these are important concepts that I would like to give more explanation, but we don't have enough time for this, so I'm just going to skip it. But I hope that I have other opportunities to talk about this later. And I do believe that climate change is really important, but what is more important is biodiversity. Environmental issues like biodiversity loss or contained water, these are critical and directly related to the operation of businesses. So climate change is the most frequently discussed issue, but the loss of biodiversity is really, really important too. Why? Well, let's take a look at the example of POSCO International. Indian companies filed a lawsuit against POSCO International, and also investors that are making investment in POSCO International. This slide is talking about the palm tree oil farm that's built by the POSCO International in Indonesia. And this farm is causing serious forest degradation and water contamination. And what you are seeing here is that, of course, POSCO Holdings and POSCO International are different companies. And as you can see that POSCO does have severe risks when it comes to climate change. So what this is saying is that they are not doing so well on the E pillar of the ESG. But in contrary, the Basque is doing such a great job on the E pillar. So that's something that we have to learn from. And biodiversity is as important as climate change, as I told you earlier. And the fact that POSCO decided to participate in the TNFD, Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, is a testament to that. The TNFD was established last year, and in just 1 year, BHD and BlackRock and many major international financial institutes are participating in this. And 13 governments, including Australia, are member of this task force. And my company is also a member of this. So I'm going to do a lot more study on this. So anyways, global risk landscape is giving a increasingly more emphasis on biodiversity. So we need to make some more effort to protect biodiversity. And TNFD and TCFD is different. They are different. TNFD is more comprehensive, and TNFD is about creating a financial data based on businesses' operations and their impact on the environment. So it is more financial related data. And it was mentioned earlier by Chairman Che. It is true that we do have too many ESG rating agencies, causing a lot of confusion. In Korea, we have Naver, SK, and many other rating agencies here. But we are also referring to information from S&D, Thomson, Reuters, and many other rating providers. So it's really hard to respond to all these different classification criteria. So we do have rating providers, and we do have international organizations that provide standards too. So most famous rating providers are like PwC and KPMG. And I can classify that Bloomberg and Thomson are fundamental rating providers. But True Value Labs and many others are the rating providers that use objective criteria but also subjective criteria. They do add a lot of subjective ideas on their reporting. And Equalab is another ratings provider that has a different concept about rating. So with all that, what should we do? Well, I gave you some examples of Korean large companies, but now I'm going to talk about Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company does have a very serious risk. This is one of the companies that produce the largest number of plastic package. And we can learn some lessons from them. Like BASF, that is focusing on biodiversity, Coca-Cola and their stakeholders recognize the importance of reducing plastic package. So Coca-Cola's reaction or strategy to collect or recycle plastic package is working really well. They have built a lot of partnership for recycling and reusing and reducing plastic package, and their efforts and actions are surely something that we can take some lessons from. So managing risk is really important for all companies, and for that, probably we need to have strong initiatives. In Korea, we do have a very diverse classification of industries. And for each industry, there are things to consider. Steel industry needs to think about the water quality and biodiversity. So the steel companies in Korea need to internalize this issue. And this is the last slide of my presentation. Before we focused on development, but now the focus is more on the environment. We need to change the paradigm for the industry. This is the homepage of the Harvard University. And what's more important here from this slide is that do well is important, but do goal is also important. And they are not, they can go hand in hand. If you're doing well and if you're doing good, you can create an excellent result. That is about the triple bottom line concept. Thank you for listening.
네, 오경식 교수님 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Oak. You provided many case studies on risk management. So companies need to go from do well to good too. So we heard all three lectures and presentations, and we'll move right on to the discussion. So will Professor Ambassador Kim Hyo-eun and Mr. Park Chung-min from the New Zealand Embassy, as well as Professor Ok Yong-sik. Through this discussion, we'll cover many different points on this theme, and we're receiving a lot of comments online as well regarding this theme. Again, Ambassador Kim will serve as the moderator for this discussion session. Please welcome them with a big hand.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you again. With regard to ESG and climate action, there are some global trends, and New Zealand is making efforts, and Professor Oak also mentioned that companies do have visions and strategies to respond to this trend. So all presentations and speeches were so excellent. So I would like to thank all the speakers again. And yes, ESG is surely a global trend. It goes beyond the trend, actually. It is a global norm or a rule. It's something inevitable. We can't go back anymore. And it is a very important issue for the future generations. And when I attended the Glasgow meeting last year, I could see that the youth was very active in this effort. And I am particularly so happy to have this event in the campus of Dongseo University in Busan. And I do have a lot of talk with the youth, and there was a message from them that I want to share with you. They say we are not future generations. Climate change is something that is the most important issue for us. The results of the climate change will greatly affect our life. So when it comes to climate change, we are not the future generation. We are the generation that has to deal with the climate change. So we are not living in the future. We are living today, and our life will rely on the result of climate change. That really touched my heart. And when I am working and when I make effort to tackle the climate change, I do think that the youth and younger generations need to be the major player in the discussion. It is really true. And once again, I feel they are so important. And in that sense, I would like to have a talk with Professor Oak. You are directly communicating with the students, right, every day? So what do you think? How do you feel the passion of the youth when it comes to ESG or climate change? Are they really interested in this issue? And if we want to encourage them to make more actions, particularly from young students, what should we do? Any ideas? Well, I think you just mentioned a very, very important thing. I can't remember exactly, but probably last week or so, I had a meeting. I attended a conference on ESG for the youth. So if you go to visit a website of the conference, you'll see what I said there. Well, yes, like you said, I am a professor working with the students. But today and every day we witness an increasing number of experts in ESG. Many universities are making research lab or classes and courses for ESG management. And many universities are making various declarations and ceremonies for ESG. But I think that there is a weak consensus among students on this issue. As a researcher and professor, I do think fundamentals are really important. Well, I gave you the example of Coca-Cola earlier. If companies in Korea really do care about the environment, companies need to establish research labs or so. Many companies are trying to change their names and brands using the concept of environment, trying to show the public that they care for the environment. However, there are not many companies with a strong group of experts or teams specialized in the environment or sustainability. So I think that businesses need to evaluate and determine and define what is the most important thing for their operation. And it applies to universities too. The dean, the professors, students, and staff members, and the local community of the universities, all these interest parties may be able to define what is most important for them. And then they have to build a consensus on that. So when they have this strong consensus, they can create a data, and that data can provide some qualitative information or analysis. So based on that, one university, for example, can determine the most important problem that we have to solve this year in our school is, for example, waste treatment. So when they have this specific data and goal, they can have better events or philosophies or programs. However, this is not being done so well in Korea or in companies and universities yet. I am running an association, ARPU. I am part of this association, and 5 universities are the member of this. And recently, the Busan National University joined this association of over 260 universities in the Asian Pacific region. So the association recently created a course for ESG. This course is delivered in English, actually, and it involves some experts from the from Singapore and so on. So in fact, not many Korean students are taking interest in this course, but this course is really informative and helpful. So if you're interested in this, you can visit their website or YouTube channel, or you can also contact me. And go to the website called 이상한 대학 or Awkward University in translation. So if you go there, you'll be able to see the speech that I delivered at the conference. So please visit the website and check it out.
는 청년의 참여를 강화하기 위해서 어떤 노력들을 기울이고 있는지 조금 들어보면 좋을 것 같습니다. So Mr. Park, I'd like to invite your view about what actions and efforts New Zealand government and universities, other shareholders are making to invite youth, young generation as a mainstream of climate action. Please share your view. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Ambassador. And I'll keep my response quite short, but what I would say is that the New Zealand youth have taken the initiatives onto themselves. I don't know if you saw in the news, it actually made worldwide global news that the New Zealand Youth for Climate protests last, I think, in April to June 2021 were covered worldwide, and it was a large-scale high school-led protest, possibly inspired by Greta Thunberg, Swedish the youth who's become world notorious around the world. But what that did was it kind of enforced how the youth felt like they weren't being listened to, or that climate action was too slow, or the government wasn't listening to them. And while that's not fully 100% the case, what it did do is that our climate minister met the youth leaders of that protest movement following that. And we really agree with, I also agree with the professor as well, that fundamentals and understanding and the basic understanding of what we can do on climate change and what the problems are is the key aspect. And what that does is create a dialogue between youth and the government and industry as well as to what we can do together. There'll be a number of steering committees and governance committees and dialogue committees that are put together where we always have youth representation as to what they can do. And as you can see from the protests, that they're not scared to take action. And it's about realizing that it's not just the big things. Whilst the big industries and the big businesses, and lean on legislators to make things like doing the reports on climate change, on the effects their companies have on climate change, and reporting on ESG. The youth doing things like ensuring recycling is done properly, waste reduction. Small things like that, walking, biking initiatives where the use of fossil fuels and motor vehicles are reduced. All these little things add up, and I think the youth have a big part to play in that.
네, 감사합니다. 예, 다음은
Thank you. And why don't we talk about changes in consumption pattern? Many nations have to develop different policies and strategies, and companies need to revise their strategies, right? So we talked about that a lot during the session. So strong climate action is needed, and for it to become really useful, individuals' consumption pattern needs to change when it comes to using power or consuming energy, or buying goods, or even your daily life habits. We all need to make changes in your daily life. We need different life patterns for strong climate action to be effective. And I know it's not easy, it's not convenient. Making actions for climate change reduction, climate change mitigation in your daily life is not something easy to do. And many individuals do not want to make changes in their life, and I do understand why. So basically, the mankind likes to get some incentives when they do something. So making regulations can work, but on the other hand, probably we need to provide incentives to encourage changes from individuals. So the government needs to set some regulations to limit certain activities, but we can also provide benefits or incentives to encourage positive changes. So Professor Oak, to encourage students to make actions in climate action, do universities try to incorporate incentives or any other creative tools? Thank you for a great question. I think I might want to put it more narrowly. So voluntary emission trading system is one thing to mention. For example, from universities, we do have a lot of plastic waste. There are actually various types of plastic. So some can be recycled and upcycled. So if they recycle and reuse it, and if they produce new goods out of them, they can get some right to emit CO2 in the future. So that kind of trading system is one area that students are showing interest in. And to make this system more effective, I believe that we have to build a stronger consensus among interest parties of the university, like dean, staff members, and students. Many universities say, the dean of universities say that we do pursue sustainability, or we do value SDG. Like we do have SDG-related courses and programs, and even SDG college. And now, the talk of the town is not SDG exactly. They are focusing more on ESG. And some professors are now saying like, well, I spent my entire life to study SDG, and now they're talking about ESG, and I don't like this. However, I think that sustainability and ESG, ESG is something that is based on data-driven analysis. And ESG has 3 different pillars, E, S, G pillars: environment, social, and governance. But even some people do not even clearly understand the basic concept of each pillar either. But ESG and SDG are different. Actually, SDG can be classified into E, S, and G. So they are interconnected in many ways. They are not different or separate concepts. And earlier we talked about the difference of CSR and ESG, and I like that discussion actually, because understanding the fundamental concept of each is really important. And another area of interest for the students in my university is waste management, recycling, and upcycling. And as far as I understand, this conference does have a lot of linked events like exhibitions on that theme, so I like that too.
Or cases of New Zealand in order to mobilize people's strong participation in climate action. So what kind of policies or initiatives does New Zealand government or the society is taking? If you share specific cases, it would be very helpful, please.
Thank you, Ambassador. So there's been a number of examples where the government or institutions have taken action. So broadly, you may have been aware of our clean vehicle purchase rebate. So up to a maximum of $8,500 New Zealand dollars, if you purchase a fully electronic vehicle, you can apply for that rebate from the government. So it's a financial incentive to use clean vehicles. And that goes down as a scale version to hybrid vehicles as well. And the hope is that as more electric vehicles, because I know there's a supply issue at the moment, become imported to New Zealand, that people will take advantage of that rebate. Because one of the complaints, of course, like you say, is expense is a thing for households in New Zealand. So if electric vehicles expense doesn't come down, that rebate should help. There's also trialled a new system in the public sector as a first, because of course the government likes being guinea pigs. They've enabled a subsidy program for electric bicycles. So any bicycles or electric bicycles to encourage the use of non-fossil fuel transport, public sector workers can get a 50% subsidy on the purchase of some of these bicycles. So that's been taken up very highly by public servants around the country. So I'm sure there's a big group of low emitters in Wellington, our capital, where all of our government buildings are. Universities have also taken individual initiatives, so they call it sustainable purchasing and waste management, and I think most of our universities have taken up in that. So most of the stores, food outlets, for example, on university campuses, they need to meet a certain standard of recycling, non-waste, recyclable packaging, non-single-use plastic to be able to trade on the universities. And of course, waste management is a big issue where students and the universities work together to ensure that upcycling, recycling and waste management is done properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing very specific cases of New Zealand in order to incentivize the people to participate proactively in strong climate action. By the way, 근데 오경식 교수님 또 간단하게 추가하시고 싶으신 내용이 있으신가?
네, 제가 아까 전에 이제 학생들 얘기를 하다가 오늘 기조 강연.
Yes, so we're talking about the youth, and actually the EPI that was covered by the keynote speaker is actually being covered in my classroom a lot. So it has many indicators, and when it comes to ecosystem, Korea's ranking is so low. We are close to African countries. We are ranked at 70 actually, and the reason behind that is the lack of eco-farming. If you go to UN SDG website, and if you check the rank of South Korea, you can check that life and water sector, Korea is ranked so low. And actually, if we rank higher on this list, it means that we have higher reputation and higher economic power in the globe, on the globe. So I'm saying that environment crisis and issues are not risks but opportunities. So I hope that the government and relevant institutes need to focus on this to help the youth and businesses in that regard.
그 생태 농업, 생물 다양성 이 중요성 강조해 주셨는데 저도 그 특히 개발도상국들하고 기후 변화 협력에 관한 이야기를 해보면 많은 국가들이 농업, 산림, 수산업 이런 1차 산업 분야에서의 협력을 굉장히
I agree. The importance of biodiversity is really important, And I do believe that universities need to show more leadership, and we need to share such values and ideas with developing countries in cooperation with many governments. Well, I guess that time is up, so we might have to end the session here. Thank you for your participation and great insight.
네, 이렇게 세션 1
This concludes session 1, Climate Crisis Policies and Policies. We'll start session 2, ESG investment, at 2 p.m. Korea time. Thank you very much.
네, 기후 위기를 주제로
With the theme on climate change, we are hosting the first 2022 ESG conference. So we will begin the opening. We will have the afternoon session from now. And in the afternoon session, we have 2 different sessions and 1 special session. So first session for the afternoon is ESG investment session. We will invite ESG specialized experts and investors, and we will talk about investing based on ESG standards. So first speaker is Professor Kerry Krasinski. So we will invite him to this room. He's connected online. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. And as we have the slides ready, you can begin your presentation whenever you want.
Fantastic. Well, wish I could be with you, but it's great to be with you this way. I'm hearing myself on an echo. I don't know if that can be removed. But anyway, just a brief amount of information about myself. I would invite you all to connect with me on LinkedIn if that's of interest, but I'm a lecturer at Brown since 2016, at Yale since 2014, and as you can see from the slides, NYU as well. I have 7 books out on sustainable investing, some of them considered seminal, going back to 2008. And I also act as a senior advisor in a number of capacities, but you can see more about me at LinkedIn if that's of interest. But what I really want to do is talk to you about the misunderstandings that we see around ESG that are increasingly proliferating. And so what are 10 common misunderstandings? First of all, and we'll get into this a bit more, I'll be speaking to you for just a few minutes as we have other speakers, but ESG are issues. It's not a single thing. We have to stop calling ESG a single thing, and we'll get back into why we're saying that shortly. Also, data sometimes can help, but not always. An example would be the diversity of boards, for example. That's a clear case where if you have information and you want to act on that information, it can be useful. However, number 3, ESG data has a history of being oversold, and we have to be honest and sincere about this, and we're seeing increasing calls about greenwashing, and we have to make sure we are using information and not just gathering information for its sake. Standards can help, and there's work going on right now on international sustainability standards, but we have to be clear on what these standards are and are not, and what they can and cannot do. And that also includes the work happening in the EU on taxonomy, and also what the SEC is proposing in its climate disclosure rule. And the same is true of the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. We have to be clear about what these things are and what they are not. They're not designed to solve the entire challenges that we face. All of that said, we welcome transparency and increases in disclosure requirements, such as that SEC disclosure rule and the SFDR in Europe. Even if they are works in progress, they encourage activity. We've seen that firsthand in the US with corporates and investors at senior levels. The same is true of net zero commitments, even though we don't really know what that looks like. It's a useful thing to try to encourage progress, but we have to be careful about what we mean by these phrases. And number 8, sometimes investing can help when it comes to ESG issues, but not always. And so we have to stop using the phrase ESG investing. Sustainability is a perfectly good word. Impact is a perfectly good word, but the phrase ESG investing doesn't mean anything. I don't know why that's become the phrase that people are using. We have to stop that. Accusations of greenwashing are a good thing because this work is critical, as we'll see in a minute. It's not a bad thing. We have to be clear about what we're actually doing and act as investors if we think we're really going to make a positive difference. And there are ways for sustainable investing to be effective and transformational, but we have to be brutally honest about what works and what doesn't work. We need to change systems. That requires case studies of what's working that can be scaled for purpose. And this is important because, as I mentioned, ESG are issues. ESG is not a thing. You're seeing some of the issues on the screen in front of you. If you've been to parts of Asia like China and India, you'll know that these cities have poor air quality more often than not. These are tangential and experiential when you actually taste the air that you're breathing. Biodiversity is a serious issue. And obviously the carbon footprint of everything is complicated because of scope 3 supply chain issues. The resiliency of our planet from climate change is only going to get more serious. You've had tremendous rainfall in Korea. You'll know well what I'm talking about. Each of these are issues, and they're both risks and opportunities. We only solve these issues when we turn them into opportunities. And we like to extend the ESG acronym to include F, or the business case, because nothing is sustainable or scalable unless there's a business case. And it's philanthropy if there isn't a business case. So we have to understand if our investments will be successful financially. And we like to split out Q, or the quality of management, separate from the more technical measures of governance that you're seeing on the right part of this slide. These are issues. ESG is not a single thing. We can choose to deal with these issues or we can not deal with them. There are ramifications to not dealing with them. They're all important issues to someone, somewhere. And perhaps the most important slide and concept I can leave with you is the fact that sustainable investing, if you must call it ESG investing, feel free. But what we like to call sustainable investing, or the 7 tribes of sustainable investing, it is not one thing. This is not one field. There is not one thing called ESG investing or sustainable investing or impact investing for that matter. There are 7 distinct separate strategies. Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimates that this will represent over 50 trillion US dollars in a couple of years. And these 7 different strategies are important to understand because they really are very different, and they actually perform differently as well, both financially as well as whether they actually have impacts as is desired by those who make these investments. And so the first thing to recognize is that sustainable investing is not just screening out companies you don't like. It is where the field started. It started with negative screening, finding companies that perhaps were violating SEC rules in the US or otherwise polluting or hiding pollution, or what in the UK is called ethical investing, or matching religious mandates to investing, or just tell me what you don't want me to invest in and otherwise let me get on with my job. A values-first approach. Much of the $35 trillion that you see talked about is in this category. Large pension funds that only screen out a couple of issues. The classic is not wanting to invest in tobacco or firearms or pornography or gambling. This is very much the 1.0 of the field, what used to be called socially responsible investing. And actually the financial performance of negative screening, generally speaking, is quite poor. If you just invest in a benchmark, you tend to do better than taking the same benchmark and just subtracting out a few companies or a few sectors. And so this leaves a bad taste in people's mouths. Since 2008, when we've been writing about the field, we've been trying to get people to take a more positive approach. We prefer a positive or best-in-class type of value-first investment, which is one might estimate is around $5 trillion today. Generation Investment Management, Al Gore and David Blood's firm, would be a classic case that we teach from, kind of the 2.0 of sustainable investing, trying to take sustainability issues into account, but also financial conditions of the companies you're investing in. These strategies often outperform benchmark after fees, such as Generation did over their first 10 years. We think this has enormous potential in Asia as ESG issues become more seriously dealt with. There'll be lots of opportunities in Asia from this perspective, but that's a completely opposite approach to what you see with negative screening. You're only choosing companies to invest in, and increasingly across asset class. Separate again, impact investing, which includes community investing. It's approaching $1 trillion. It's something of the 3.0. And when we teach about impact measurement and how investors like TPG and others are increasingly trying to have incremental societal benefit, helping people, typically those less well off, improve the quality of their lives, pull people out of poverty. A country such as China has solved poverty, as I'm sure we know from a technical standpoint. But there's a lot of potential, even in China and across Asia, for more impact investing to not only solve problems for those less well off, but also to make a reasonable amount of money. Again, a completely different category of investment from the first two tribes of sustainable investing. Different again is thematic investing across asset class. Here's where you see things like water infrastructure investing or renewable energy project finance starting to approach $1 trillion a year with large commitments from banks. And here's where the opportunity is. We're about 3, maybe 5 times underinvested in the renewable energy transition. If we could scale this asset class up, that would be the sort of work that would really make a difference, especially if we had country roadmaps for the transition that's required. So big opportunity and a lot of action happening in the thematic category. We're also, we helped start a newsletter called Climate Tech VC, which is enormously successful. It's free. We'd encourage you to take a look at that. So thematic investing is really where you see innovation, you see renewable energy scaled, a lot of activity across the board. Again, totally different than the first 3 tribes. So we don't understand why people try to evaluate this field as if it's one thing, let alone the fact that the financial performance will vary also by fund manager. There's a difference between doing these, taking these strategies into account in a quality way, or just kind of doing it in a way which is greenwashing. And that's what you often see, sadly, in the ESG integration category. The principles for responsible investment have over $100 trillion of asset managers, and there's about $500 trillion in the world in global value and tradable assets. So here's where you see what the large firms tend to be doing, buying in data from multiple sources, creating algorithms, and trying to make use of that in different ways. Again, a different approach to the first 4. And then you see, of course, shareholder engagement, where things like the Climate Action 100 Plus has over $50 trillion of assets gathering together to engage with large companies on issues such as climate and increasingly nature as well. Again, a totally different approach. And then last but not least, minimum standards. My personal favorite, one that we've worked with New York State Common, one of the largest pension funds in the United States, and Yale, which has established minimum standards on fossil fuel. If you visit a restaurant in New York, there's a letter on the window telling you whether the food is safe to eat. Now, why wouldn't you want that on investing as well? Yet we haven't had that. And so it's great to see that that work is starting to progress. We think minimum standards has tremendous potential in Asia, of again, a very different category of strategy. And so I'm going to leave it here because I think we're going to go 15 minutes each to start. But I hope this was a useful introduction, and I look forward to the other speakers that we have next.
Professor, thank you for your insights, and we'll be looking forward to hear more at the panel discussion. 네, 고맙습니다. 10가지의 오해를 바로 잡아주셨고요. 또 관련해서
So he corrected 10 misunderstandings. And moving on to the second presentation, we'll invite Mr. Thomas Fallow, who is a global financial consultant. He has a profile of investment consulting in Hong Kong and Seoul and many other major cities in Asia. I think he is here with us online.
hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And as the slides are ready, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Let me get started here. 1 second. First of all, I'm very happy to be in this gathering. 안녕하세요. 저는 Tom Fallows입니다. 저는 Soleil 있었어요. I used to live in Seoul. I was there from the year 2000 to 2005, and I remain a good friend of Korea. So what I'm going to address here today is very interested in Carrie's comments from an academic point of view. I have an academic background, but more recently, for the last 30 years, 40 years, I've been working as a businessman and a banker and investor. So that's the perspective I'm going to be talking about. A few words about me. First of all, I am looking at ESG from my personal experience point of view, starting out as an historian, but then I've been a bank practitioner for many decades, also as an investor. So my perspective, I do hear an echo here, by the way. I don't know how to get rid of that, but in any case, my perspective combines business, finance, and economics. As Carrie mentioned, I have the same view that ESG per se is not a very helpful concept, especially ESG invest. As Carrie had mentioned, I think this is something that's not very useful. What is especially important from my point of view as an investor is that you want to invest in assets that are generating business. And so this is where I see a fundamental difference between E versus S and G. From my point of view, S and G are fantastic, but they are risk mitigants. They are helping you, a company or helping a nation pursue good goals, but it's not generating a new business. It's not generating new revenues. It's a cost, actually, if you think about it. By contrast, the E aspect of ESG is an area where you have new technologies, new sources of revenues, and particularly infrastructure finance is a place where, from an investor point of view, you can actually generate new business opportunities. Now, Carrie had mentioned the religious and moral aspect of ESG. This also very much came to mind from my own experience. 8 years in Saudi Arabia, you cannot work there without having a good feel for Islamic finance. And from my point of view, Islamic finance is very similar to ESG finance from the way Carrie described it in the 1.0 initial phase of ESG financing, which is screening out, eliminating sinful assets. And this is something that's very much a aspect of Islamic financing. If we were in the 14th century, we could look at Christian investing. Anytime you're doing a sin avoidance filter, you're taking a religious moral point of view. And I think anyone who looks at this, and Kerry was mentioning himself as well, if you're taking a asset screening and negative screening approach, you're going to have a more narrow range of assets to invest in than you would if you were a totally blind, indifferent investor from a moral point of view. And one good example would be in the gaming sector in Asia. Could you imagine if you said from an investor point of view, you don't want to invest in casinos in Macau or Singapore. That's not a very good financial decision. Singapore, Macau gaming institutions are very profitable, but if you have a religious point of view, you would not invest in that business. And so taking the asset filter, the negative filter approach, you're going to limit your financial opportunities. Now, one thing that from a, again, investor point of view, given that view, ESG finance is a social cause. It's a very good social cause. It's very useful. It's very important for helping making a better environment. But it's not necessarily an investment asset. It's a brand. And so when I look at various financial companies, corporate advertising and so on, it's clear that ESG is a very big part of the corporate advertising approach of feel good about your company. Now, in terms of where the opportunities are, they are primarily, in my opinion, in the infrastructure finance area, combating global warming and having various issues. From a capitalist point of view, you'd say capitalism means no government support. You do it all through the market. But I, as an historian, am impressed by the very critical role played by governments in promoting important developments. Mercantilism of how North America was developed and populated by Europeans is all a big story about the government support, government driving activity. German, Russian, Japan developments, the same thing, the government was driving it. You think of the capitalistic no government USA, what was very important was the American government driving things such as the Transcontinental Railroad. Very important professor from Harvard University Business School. We talk about the visible hand of American government behind business. And so business is very much in partnership with the government. And it all comes down to how does the palace pay for development? It pays for it through taxes. And taxes, typically from a business point of view, are negative. We don't like taxes. But if you think about it, there is a need for the fire department, for public services, schools, and combating climate change, I think, is another good, useful benefit. So there's government support out there. The U.S. government's recent congressional legislation is a good example of this. But the area of concern for me is with regard to early stage technologies. Now, as a businessman, I know a lot of small business entrepreneurs, and they give the same skeptical view that I've had, which is ESG is common sense. It's just doing the right thing. And further, from my personal point of view, Carrie mentioned greenwashing. I lived through this very clearly of the tick the box kind of approach that was taken in the Middle East, where various Middle Eastern banks would be in competition to say, who's the best ESG finance? And I was the guy who had to write the memo saying, yes, we're very ESG, we're very green because we did this and we did that. And you do everything to label yourself green, but all you're doing is just looking within your existing activities, what you would have done anyway. And then you say, oh, I was financing a real estate project. Now I'm doing something good for society. I did a petrochemical project for Saudi Aramco. I'm doing something good for the environment. It's just tick the box. And so this is something where there is skepticism that's very understandable from the way ESG compliance and reporting is practiced, in my opinion. Now, from a bank's, so that was a critical comment I just made about ESG, but I also see the benefits. And this is part of also my personal experience in Citigroup. And I find the example of how sensitivity to your local society, sensitivity to your stakeholders does help create good social consequences. I was in Italy in the 1980s, and I remember greeting the vice chairman of Citicorp at the time, who just flown in from Johannesburg. And he just had announced that Citicorp was exiting South Africa due to apartheid. Why was Citigroup giving up their business in South Africa to fight apartheid? Well, there's pressure from the shareholders. CalPERS, as a major shareholder at Citicorp at the time, putting on pressure. So ESG does have political and social impact. In Citibank, I was very much involved in project financing. And I remember when Citigroup at the time, project finance experts were launching the Equator Principles. This was another example of how you have shareholder concerns, public pressure, environmental concerns in Ecuador for an oil and gas project. And then Citibank came up excuse me, with the Equator Principles to guide a framework for good, healthy, and project financing for the environment. Risk mitigation obviously was also very important for the various measures after the Enron scandals and so on. I myself in Korea was very much involved with the Hynix refinancing in the early 2000s. And this to me is also an example of how it's very important as a bank that you look to see where the government, banks, economy, and society are all working together. In that case was to protect the semiconductor industry in Korea, which is similar to what U.S. Congress is doing in the chips industry in the United States. Now, as an investor, this is something that has been interesting for me more recently in the last 5 years when I've been in New York. So I've talked with other investor friends, and they basically gave two messages. One is I'm very skeptical about the ESG as an investor. I don't really believe in it. And secondly, go read The Economist. And so if you check in last month's The Economist, they had a special supplement on ESG investments, and it's very critical. And it has a very clear roadmap of all the changes that are required. Now, what I'm trying to do is show the wealth of different perspectives. I also have some friends, some very close friends who've been very much involved with the international exchanges, whether the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, CAC 40, the Frankfurt Exchange, London Exchange, and so on. From that point of view, if you're a regulator following the exchanges, from that point of view, G is the king, which was very surprising to me because obviously I have a bias toward new business generation. From a regulator point of view, G, governance, is what's the most important thing. And this friend was talking about his close work with the regulators in Taiwan and how important the integrated reporting approach has been very important for the exchanges dealing with quote listed companies. So you have the International Accounting Standards Board, the International Sustainability Standards Board, the IFRS foundations, all pushing for integrated reporting and that show that the value of a company is not just financial. It's the broader issues create the true value of the company. Now, my friend has concerns here. First of all, we had great statistics from Kerry on the trillions of assets going into ESG investments, ESG, what assets we all call ESG. But the fund managers really have no resources to really analyze it. And there are cases if you count up the staff in BlackRock to follow all the companies they follow in their portfolio, it's roughly 15 minutes per annual report per company. It's just way too superficial. The same thing with governance concerns for the boards. The boards are supposed to be very adept at using risk mitigation models. And the boards often don't exercise the discipline required to do that. So from a regulator's point of view, the lack of depth, lack of real analysis is still a problem. Now, another person I know is a close advisor to a number of major global companies. And so he gave the example of Rio Tinto. This is also related to what Kerry was talking about of impact stock versus feel-good ESG kind of stocks. So he raises the question, why is it the main companies in ESG indices are service companies? Service companies aren't polluting. It's the manufacturing companies, which is where all the emissions are created, not with Facebook and Apple and so on. You have to look at the real polluters. And what's important is to do it on a sector by sector basis. So if you're looking at all companies in the world and have a broad ESG portfolio, you're not going to get the kind of granular analysis that you need. So this person was saying, imagine for Rio Tinto as a mining company, if they are number 73 in the ESG index, it doesn't mean anything. But if you have a mining specific ESG index, who are the biggest polluters, who are the lowest polluters? And if Rio Tinto comes out to be number 10 versus number 1, that makes a big difference for shareholder action. So the emphasis is on having peer-by-peer analysis of ESG by sector. One thing that's important, we'll talk about decarbonization, that's a concern for me, is these major companies like the Rio Tintos. They have existing assets, existing production facilities that are needing to be decarbonized. And so all the technology efforts are being on revamping existing equipment. You're not really looking at brand new technology. If you're trying to redress your existing technology, it's going to take you a lot longer to leapfrog into the future compared to with having greenfield, brand new, fresh technology. Now, I took a look at also at various materials of surveys of the investment interest industry and what types of measurements. That's the problem. The measurements suck. The measurements are not very useful. And looking at the types of comments in this presentation, you can see a lot of it is just feel-good kind of personalized subjective measurements that are really not very useful. And so it's really that for the impact is only that comment at the very bottom, which is something that's not very relevant. So that the impact is where you have relevant statistics that should be measured. Decarbonization is the flavor of the month, not just flavor of the month, it's what we need to survive as a planet. Everybody's talking about decarbonization. Now, how do we get there? And this again is my point. If the big existing companies with all the capital, the resources to invest, are working on upgrading existing production methods, again, how is this going to help us through technology? We work closely in the firm where I work, Galileo Global Securities, with a venture capital fund based in Canada called Chrysalix Venture Capital. They have a new fund, Carbon Neutrality Fund, which is looking for startup new technologies. And there are a variety of messages that Chrysalix has in terms of how to help early stage companies. First of all, we have to be very aggressive doing it now if you're going to reach your 2050 targets. Secondly, you identify the new technologies that are needed. And if you look at the currency, you look at this chart, 25% of the technologies are with mature technologies, the stuff that Rio Tinto does. The remaining 75% are technologies that are really not proven yet. And this is precisely where you need the early stage investment. And most VC funding is at a later stage. Now, why is that from a VC funding from a later stage? It's obvious from my experience. Just like with bankers, they want to look at historical track record, historical performance, proven commercializability. Then you look forecast forward. If you don't have commercial success yet, the venture capital is not very coming, and I'll give you some examples. So how to get to decarbonization, one thing would be great would be to electrify the aviation industry. And this is one case where I myself am an investor. I support this company and I'm very impressed with management. This would be the first FAA approved all electric airplane. Approach me if you want to get more information on it, but you see the website there, by Aerospace based in Colorado. My point there is they are very slowly working on capital raising. And you see the valuations that have been given in the market for EV, for electric vehicles in automobiles and trucking, and it hasn't been applied yet in aviation. So I think there's a good arbitrage opportunity. Now here's another case where capital raising is ongoing, but it's not easy, which is in the solar world. Now, what could be a better resource for solar energy than doing a solar plant operation in a desert? Living in Riyadh for 8 years, I lived in a desert a long time, and there's plenty of sun. The problem, however, is there's also plenty of sand, and sand destroys and really degrades the quality of the solar panel on electrical generation. A startup company that I know very well, GlassPoint is its name. They have invented new technology. It's been proven in Oman. They've now entered into a long-term contract with MAD and the mining company of Saudi Arabia to have heat-generating steam production facilities going into an aluminum smelting operation in the desert in Saudi. With zero emissions. And so this is something that's very useful, but the company is working hard to get early stage financing. Another example I have is in the steel industry. A Canadian company that I've met, very, very innovative, a great vision. You look at steel industry, which is probably the worst case for emissions. They have a way to use hydrogen to create the heat for the blast furnaces instead of coal. This would be fantastic, but this is a multi-billion-dollar project to create steel out of hydrogen and green steel. So I have two conclusions. As remember, I've been talking about two different types of ESG financing for listed companies and for startups. For listing companies, the issue is the reporting metrics, the rating scale. Is it meaningful? Does it say, as Carrie mentioned, ESG invest does not really make sense. You should drill down and get more specific. And so we think that that's something that's a consensus I hear from people who follow listed companies. From the unlisted companies, the high risk early stage companies, we need them for the technological innovation, but we need help. And I think the use of carbon credits and carbon exchanges as a way to create government support in a market-driven way is going to be the path. And so I very strongly support the recent initiative by US Congress to have more credits for the industry. So in conclusion, I say, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your attention. And what I'd like to hear in the discussion is what's the Korean focus on ESG? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And regarding the topic that you're interested in, maybe we can deal it in the panel discussion. So please stay tuned. 네, 비즈니스 관점에서 ESG 관련된 생각 그리고 사례들을 공유해 주셨습니다.
Thank you for sharing great insights and opinions on this issue. And the third speaker for this session is Senior Policy Manager of Bartek Cizerski of ERCST.
Good morning. My name is Bartek Cizerski. I'm a Senior Policy Manager in ERCST, which stands for European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition. We are an independent think tank based in Brussels. We conduct research on international and EU climate policies. And thank you very much for the invitation to this interesting conference on a very timely topic. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present a European perspective to the role of ESG for the climate, and especially in the context of the European Green Deal. What will I talk about specifically? First, I will explain what the European Green Deal is and what are its implications. Then I will bring you up to date with the concept of sustainable finance and the taxonomy and its role for the European Green Deal. And finally, I will briefly mention the latest developments in the EU, namely qualification of gas and nuclear energy as green activities under the EU taxonomy. So let's start with the question, what is the European Green Deal? It's basically a political commitment and plan to make Europe a neutral climate continent by 2050. This political commitment has been turned into a legally binding commitment to reach net zero by 2050 and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. And it has been implemented by the EU climate law in 2021. Those two commitments, political and legal, have been followed by a set of many and parallel legislative actions, which are to implement those commitments in specific areas, like for Fit for 55 or Repower EU. This requires a huge climate environment and environmental effort on every possible front for businesses and for citizens. And this level of decarbonization is, of course, not possible by continuing business as usual. We must deploy new approaches, new technologies. However, the estimated cost of implementation of those objectives in the EU exceeds 300 billion euro yearly by 2050, and these are very conservative estimates. Where to take this money from is a big question. For sure, it requires not only engaging public, but also private funding. And here is where the concept of sustainable finance and taxonomy steps in. Sustainable finance refers to the process of taking account environmental, social, and governance considerations, known under acronym of ESG, when making investment decisions in the financial sector. The EU taxonomy is a flagship of the EU Sustainable Finance Strategy, and it is also a part of the European Green Deal framework. Taxonomy was adopted in 2020 by the EU institutions as a classification system. This system is supposed to give guidance to investors which economic activities contribute significantly to environmental objectives. It establishes 6 such objectives related to climate, biodiversity, circular economy, water protection, pollution prevention, and control. The declared goal of taxonomy is to direct the flow of private capital to finance transition towards a sustainable economy, but at the same time, to avoid the misuse of sustainability claims known as greenwashing. But it is not just a classification tool. There is also a reporting obligation. Specifically, non-financial companies undertakings must disclose the proportion of their economic activities that fulfill the EU taxonomy criteria. And financial market participants, like asset managers and credit institutions, should disclose the proportion of their investments or credit exposure to taxonomy-aligned economic activities in the value of all their investments and assets. EU institutions and member states must also use taxonomy criteria when designing financial instruments labeled as green, for example, the EU Green Bond Standards. But it is only one of the disclosure tools that create a framework for sustainable finance in the EU. We'll have soon corporate sustainability reporting directive, which will require a disclosure from all large companies about the overall impact on sustainability. We have also sustainable finance disclosure regulation, which is designed for financial market participants, and also the corporate sustainable due diligence directive, which is being currently considered by the European legislators, which will force companies to take responsibility for the human rights and environmental impacts along their value chain, also outside of the EU. All those disclosure tools link in many ways with the taxonomy. Now, how to be labeled green under the taxonomy? Basically, an undertaking must fulfill three conditions. First and foremost, it must meet screening criteria for a specific environmental objective. Secondly, it must fulfill so-called minimal social standards. Those standards are described in OECD guidelines and several UN conventions. And thirdly, it must make sure that, that the company does not harm to any other environmental objective. For certain activities, the criteria for being labeled are less stringent. It is possible for transitional activities, that is, activities for which there is currently no economically nor technologically available low carbon alternative. And it is also possible for activities which enable a significant environmental contribution to other activities. So where do taxonomy criteria come from? Criteria are drafted by 50 experts from NGOs and business community, sitting at the platform of sustainable finance, which is an advisory body of the European Commission. But actually, those criteria are adopted by the Commission, sometimes with certain modifications. But then such an act is scrutinized by the European Parliament and member states, but they have no possibility to modify such an act. They just take it or leave it. Over the years, the market has been developing many tools to report on ESG, but as you see, the taxonomy represents a big involvement of public institutions in this field. And this is a visible shift towards a regulatory approach rather than market approach to this area, which becomes a significant trend. And this brings certain consequences. What are they? First and foremost, the regulatory approach to the taxonomy translates into its spillover to many other EU policies. I mentioned already EU green bond standards, and there are also other financial instruments like EU eco-label, which are expected to rely on the taxonomy criteria. But there is also a significant impact of taxonomy on the EU public funding, where the taxonomy becomes an important benchmark. For example, the European Investment Bank committed to aligning its lending policy with the taxonomy framework. The taxonomy has become also a frequent reference for sustainability in the EU strategies, like the strategy on chemicals, steel, agriculture, textiles, or even in concrete legal acts using its thresholds for a definition of renewable hydrogen, for example. Many undertakings have already begun voluntary reporting based on the taxonomy, and we can see a significant interest in the taxonomy-related assets on the financial market. So, as we see, there's a lot of enthusiasm about the taxonomy, but there are also some question marks related to this. First and foremost, they're related to challenges in reporting on the basis of taxonomy, because it requires entirely new set of data, which have been previously unreported and are not readily available, and which contain also many new notions and definitions. There's also a fear of a binary interpretation of the taxonomy, meaning that activities which cannot be classified as sustainable are harmful. And there is an anxiety about a possible impact on availability and the cost of capital, as well as a possible reputational damages of such a binary reading of the taxonomy. This anxiety is reinforced by the fact that the EU taxonomy reformulates very demanding criteria, which very likely will allow only a small percentage of the EU economic activities to be labeled as green. The taxonomy, being a product of public institutions and politicians, not necessarily of market participants, became a political label, provoking political tensions. Using this label to one or another economic activity became a matter of principle and a matter of politics. And a good illustration of this phenomena are the political emotions around recent qualifying gas and nuclear energy as green activities under the taxonomy. Where those emotions come from? This recent intense discussion in the EU about gas and nuclear in taxonomy, in fact, reflected different views about the model of energy transition in the EU and the role of gas and nuclear energy in it. For some people, gas as a fossil fuel and nuclear energy, with all the risks related to nuclear waste management, simply do not belong to the concept of sustainable activity, and they do not belong to future. In some member states and their constituencies, there are also strong anti-nuclear sentiments. For others, gas should be phased out as soon as possible. And the sentiment grows stronger with Russia attacking Ukraine and complications related to the fact that EU is trying to limit its dependence on Russian gas. They also argue that encouraging investors to engage funds in such projects will distract investments from the renewable energy. But there is also another line of argument, namely that gas and nuclear energy are important elements of transition from coal, and being out of the taxonomy may cut off financing of such projects. Arguably, renewable energy investments will never have a problem with attracting capital, and coverage of gas and nuclear projects by the taxonomy will help to recognize the transitional role of those activities and to finance them. So, what specifically the taxonomy say about gas and nuclear? Well, first and foremost, the recent decisions of the EU acknowledges that both gas and nuclear energy are transitional activities, meaning that currently there is no economically viable low-carbon alternative to provide a stable power and heat generation in the EU. In other words, the institutions recognize renewable energy sources are not sufficiently developed yet provide a full alternative to gas and nuclear on a big scale. Secondly, there are of course conditions attached to this acknowledgement. For gas, the conditions mainly concern the certain emission thresholds that investment must meet, an obligation to switch the gas infrastructure completely to low carbon gases by 2035, including hydrogen. To recognize the nuclear energy for sustainable, the problem was not about emissions level, but about waste management. Therefore, the requirements for recognition of nuclear energy as green are stricter than required by the current EU legislation in force. Also, due to the transitional nature of those activities, the taxonomy criteria also introduced the necessity to meet certain deadlines for obtaining permits for constructions or upgrades of existing plants in order to qualify financing of such projects as green. Thirdly, there will be an additional disclosure requirements for gas and nuclear projects, so readers of the taxonomy reports can see those activities separated from other economic activities of a given company or financial portfolio. In order to conclude, I will summarize what I just said as follows. The taxonomy can be seen as a positive step to bringing a common language in defining what is green and sustainable, but making it an obligatory reporting tool which impacts so many other EU policies seems a bit premature at this stage. The taxonomy has become a political label, despite there will be many practical issues which will affect its usability and usefulness in the years to come, like problem with uniform reporting and low coverage or even alignment of economic activities with the taxonomy criteria. However, the taxonomy is a living creature. The new activities will be covered over time. The existing criteria will be modified to take account of the technology and policy developments, and it may expand to other categories than green, like social, harmful, and intermediate category. However, we can expect that in the meantime, aligning the taxonomy criteria will clearly attract investors and lower the cost of capital, but only for few those that are taxonomy aligned, and these percentages of predicted alignments are not high. But probably in the coming years, taxonomy will be only one of many ESG instruments and guidance for investors, along with other disclosure tools that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion with you.
Thank you very much for the detailed explanation on EU taxonomy. Now we'll move on to the panel discussion. So we'll invite all the presenters in this session up to the stage. First, Professor Carrie Krasinski of Yale University and Brown University, and Mr. Thomas Fowler, the Global Financial Consultant, and Mr. Bartek Sedzierski, Senior Policy Manager of ERCSD. And we'll also invite Director Jong-dak Kim of Korea Maritime Institute. And as our panelists, we'll also invite Impact on CEO and Chief Editor Ran-hee Park, as well as the CEO Jung-geun Park of Camp Korea, who is an ESG consultant. We look forward to hearing many interesting and insightful discussions regarding ESG investment from many different perspectives, right? We heard presentations from academic point of view and on-field point of view, and we'll encompass all of that in the discussion. So the three panelists who are here physically, please come up to the stage. And we are joined by the three panelists online.
Can I have a thumbs up? Yes, thank you very much. 네, 그럼 바로
So I'll turn the mic over to our moderator. Hello, everyone. I am Jong-dak Kim, Director of Korea Maritime Institute. Our institute is under the umbrella of the Prime Minister's office, and we're based in Busan. And I'm very glad to be here as a moderator in this very meaningful event. I have learned so much, and I will be learning a lot today with you here, who are here physically, and also those who are joining us online. First, I'd like to thank all the presenters for their insightful and informative lectures. There is a time difference between Korea and where they are, yet they're all here with us. Thank you so much. ESG and investment relations. We heard from many different perspectives. Understanding the relations between the ESG and investment, it was very helpful. And we're joined by two Korean panelists here physically. Ran-hee Park, Impact on CEO and Chief Editor, and Jung-geun Park, CEO of Camp Korea and ESG Consultant. Let us hear from them as to what they thought about their lectures and their overall view on ESG investment. And if we have more time, we'll ask some questions to the presenters. First, I'll turn the mic over to Chief Editor Park. So the meaning of ESG, and how do you think it's going to fold out in the future? Hello, everyone. In 2020, I established company Impact On, focusing on creating contents related to ESG. So we're a media company. Listening to the three lectures, I was thinking about what I can say, and I jot down some ideas. And I heard that, hey, don't call it ESG investment, but call it a sustainable ESG investment. So To expand the sustainable ESG investment, I think, need 3 elements. Now, ESG in Korea, the concept emerged in 2020. So it's been like 2 years now since it's become a trend, and it's on a steady growth. In Korea and on the global level as well, we need some consensus on the concept of ESG. Should we look at it as a performance related to sustainability, or look at it as risk management on, the risks threatening the climate change and environmental issues? It was mentioned earlier, the Economist in July claimed ESG needs to be all divided separately. So let's maybe separate and simplify each, criteria. So maybe social consensus is lacking on this concept. I recently read an interesting report by a global climate think tank institution from academia. The evaluation ranking criteria is based on the performance, ESG performance, on sustainability. How eco-friendly are they and how sustainable are they? And from the company and investment sectors, they look at the criteria of the evaluation based on risk management. So Tesla recently, S&P's ESG performance index, they failed. So Elon Musk said ESG is, what do you call it? It's not real. It's fake, right? And I think it raises an important issue. See, Tesla is an electric car manufacturer. So if they have terrible governance, and if they have not so good, other elements, but if they're eco-friendly, should they be included in one of the good ESG companies? How about another, like a mining company? They all have to be evaluated from different criteria. And why did Tesla make it in the evaluation by another evaluation agency, MSCI? So then how do these 2 evaluating institutions look at Tesla or on the ESG? How are they differently looking at this concept? And the climate issues caused by all these companies and their impacts on the sustainability in other areas of our societies. See, ESG-related concepts needs to, be agreed upon, by different sectors of the global society. That's the first point that I wanted to make. Second, there is global discussion going on, right, on ESG. Now, we need a unified reporting system, maybe. So there is, it's underway for climate sustainable actions. Korea and other Asian countries, regarding carbon emission. In Korea, there are a lot of companies that are highly emitting carbon. So CMAB and EU Supply Actual Inspection Act and Europe's CSRD, all these political changes in Europe and the United States have direct impact, immediate impact in Korea. So many companies in Korea are so busy responding to such political changes. So many companies in Korea and other companies in Asia are so sensitive to such changes in Europe and America. So against this backdrop, European standard, ISSB, and United States standard, there are 3 different standards. What if all 3 of them become mandated in like 3 years? Then Korean companies and many other companies in Asian countries will have to come up with 3 different reporting systems, right? So looking at how these discussions are folding out, I was wondering if all these 3 different standards can come to an agreement to integrate themselves all together, maybe? If you have any idea or information on this, please share with us. And lastly, in Korea, by 2030, the information disclosure is going to be mandated. But under other advanced countries, it's going to be only in 2-3 years, meaning Korea is way far behind. So disclosure mandate should be more sooner in Korea too. My third point is that in the end, 7 different ESG investments were mentioned, right? By Mr. Carey, or was it by Mr. Fellows? Maybe negative or positive. There are also integrated investments, right? Among 7 different investments, impact investment needs to be expanded, I believe. But in order to do that, there needs institution and government level concept awareness change to drive the expansion of the impact investment. BlackRock, unlike last year, this year, they often turn down the shareholders' suggestions. So what's happening with the BlackRock? Maybe it has to do with the American political situation, right? The Republican Party in the United States calls ESG as a fake capitalism. So that's why BlackRock also feels kind of pressed. So in order to expand ESG-related investment and sustainable investment, there needs to be an improvement in the awareness in the social community members. So ESG stocks, manufacturing, service, and large-scale stocks, there are many different types. And it was mentioned that we need to go beyond these types towards renewables. So then national pensions and other institutional investors needs to take action and participate, right? Because they're operating our money as our stewards. So our sustainability is very important. Our citizen awareness needs to come first in order to be able to expand the sustainable ESG investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing great ideas. Well, the concept of ESG has become a very critical concept for us when it comes to climate change, mitigation, and so on. So I believe that many people do pay attention to this concept, and ESG is a pretty reasonable concept in general. But like Ms. Park just said, we do have a lot of ambiguity when it comes to ESG, and many companies also see it as a risk rather than an opportunity. And next, I'm going to hand over my microphone to Mr. Park. So from the perspective of companies, well, you may have some ideas to share as well. Well, I just learned a lot, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I would be rather somewhat casual. But well, what I want to talk about is that whether ESG is for big companies only. And the second idea that I want to talk about is that when do we really need to achieve a net zero? Well, our target seems to be really ambitious, and can we really achieve the target? And do we really feel comfortable making big companies making effort for this alone? Samsung and LG and some big other companies, are they enough to achieve the target? And another thing that I want to talk about is the problem of leadership, lacking leadership. Well, I believe that I'm the only person in this room who has a tumbler. Well, actually, I guess there are two more people in the room. So if we use a tumbler instead of a paper cup or a plastic cup, can we reach the net zero? Well, that's definitely not enough. So we need more effort from more people. And what should we do? Then, well, if I say, do you want to get investment or not? Then it becomes a totally different question. Of course, all companies want to get investment from the market and finance from the market. And some companies with strong ESG stance is getting a lot of investment from the market already. But we need to make sure more companies can enjoy these benefits too. ESG is something very important. However, what really matters is how strong a commitment is. What matters is that all companies need to have a very strong commitment. So there's a concept called ESG commit. So some companies are saying that they do have strong ESG commitment, but from my perspective, I don't think their commitment is not strong enough. So I also think that universities need to embrace this concept as well. We need what I call tuition fee net zero. So for example, universities need to nurture experts who are specialized in laying foundation for net zero. And if some universities open classes or courses, or even college for that, companies need to make investment in that. Companies are saying that they are ESG, but they're not, because they don't have experts. We are basically saying that let's use tumbler, let's stop using plastic. But it is not specific. It is just too vague, and it doesn't offer specific targets or numbers. It is like a feel-good investment, or it is like just doing some good things. But it is not effective if it doesn't have specific numbers or targets. When we are making strategies, we are so thorough, right? But when companies are dealing with the idea of ESG, they're not really thorough. But let's look at the case of Nike. They opened a carbon net zero warehouse recently. That means that the factory and logistics center is producing no emissions. The plant and the logistics center is located in Belgium, and they're trying to utilize eco-friendly transportation modes and so on. And what did Adidas do? They work with Poly to contribute to the reduction of marine pollution. And because they adopted this process, their final product became really expensive. But those products are selling so well, particularly amongst the youth. So we have to take ESG more seriously. It's not a game. It is a critical business strategy. You know the brand Patagonia. In the 90s, Patagonia made a catalog made of recycled paper. That was the first time in the world. And back then, they said they saved 500 trees by doing this. And they say, we do our business to save the planet. The chairman of the Patagonia company also spent some time in Korea, and he is well known for loving the nature and loving the mountain called Bukhansan in Seoul. What is the purpose of a business? They always want to make profits and grow. But if they pursue that only, they cannot reduce emissions. They have to have the objective of reducing consumption and reducing production. So the Patagonia's slogan is, do not buy our products. Reduce your consumption. When you reduce the consumption, you save the earth. And ironically, they're selling more products and their company value is rising and they get investment from the market. You want investment, ESG, and you want to reduce borrowing cost, then you have to be more serious when devising ESG strategies. Companies and universities need to invest in this field more strategically and systematically so that we can nurture specialized experts for the ESG field. And ETF ROC is something that's newly developed. It's return on character, actually. It is return on a leader's character, and this is closely linked to ESG. Choose credibility, responsibility, forgiveness, and empathy. These four characters of a leader. When a leader has these strong characters, the fund is making investment. And that is because the fund believes that a company with such leaders are more likely to produce more profits. So this type of fund is really interesting, but it reflects the true concept of ESG. So when you can devise a very systematic and thorough strategies when it comes to ESG, and when you have a very strong leaders with those kind of characters, your company will be able to lower the borrowing cost and lure more investment. And ultimately, you will be able to make greater contribution to the nature preservation and climate mitigation. Well, I know that I'm all over the place. Well, I was talking about investment and now I'm talking about leadership. But you know, the answer lies in the people. That's what I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment on leadership and ESG investment. Editor Park did ask a few questions, right? Regarding the reporting systems, 3 different systems in the United States, Europe, and the other one, right? So amongst the 3 presenters, if one of you could please answer the question. Any of you?
Maybe I'll start. I've really appreciated both of your comments. I don't think it's practical to have one set of standards for sustainability. And the reason I say that is because there are many hidden complexities behind the transition. For example, where are all the materials going to come from for all the electric vehicles and batteries that are going to need to be built? Are they going to come from Indonesia? And are we going to destroy rainforests to create batteries? Or will they come from the ocean, where deep sea mining is being strongly investigated? So there are many hidden complexities here, and it's really important to not oversimplify, actually, in my view. I completely share the comments about the importance of strategy, constructing strategies carefully, both corporate and investor. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We'll open the floor for comments and questions later on. So if you have one in mind, please keep them for a few seconds. I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Thomas Fallow. Excuse me, there was a...
What's your question? I'm sorry, don't understand the question. What is the question? I'm sorry.
Keep going. Yeah.
Could somebody please summarize the question? I heard supposed to answer a question, but I don't know what the question is.
통역분께서 말씀.
So, well, my question is that the United States has a mandate for disclosure, right? SEC has disclosure mandate, and Europe also has a disclosure mandate on its own. So the disclosure mandate in the US and in the EU is different. But at the same time, ISSB, that is a global sustainability standards that will be published, that is expected to be published by the end of this year. So it seems like that we do have 3 different types of standards for disclosure. And because Korea does not have one specific role that we can apply, we have to think about all these 3 different standards. And we are partnering with a lot of suppliers on the global supply chain. So it is not really good for us when we have to think about all these 3 different things. So that was my question.
I sympathize with this very much. When I worked in Korea with companies like the Chaebols, Samsung, and LG, what was very important was the U.S. reporting requirements were seen too tough from a Korean point of view. And this was in the early 2000s. And I assume that Korean companies are doing better now for transparency and reporting, but it still was not of the same standard that what I found in the US. And if I were a Korean investor, I would be trying to look at something more international that would combine both the EU and the the EU and the US standards, something that works on a common denominator basis. I think it's important to make it standardized to help Asian investors as they're starting out in this analysis. That's my view.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 혹시 그 플로어에서 관심이
We'll open the floor now for any questions or comments. Okay, we see a hand.
Need to also address this question about fragmentation. Is it?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. That's a very, very relevant and pertinent question, in fact, and this is evidently a challenge that is in front of international investors, the fragmentation of the reporting standards. I mean, there are international workings in this area, and when speaking from the perspective of the EU is trying to build on those workings in its own standards that is developing, but also tries to regulate a lot of things and become a first mover in this area, which will of course give the advantage because other jurisdictions will have to, I mean, will be somehow compelled to follow those standards. So that's probably also behind the fact that the EU is developing a lot of regulatory approaches in this area, but the differences, I'm afraid, will remain for a few reasons. First, the reason is that there might be basically difference in the level of ambition. For example, when it comes to especially climate things, EU, I think that for the moment has put the ambition in this area very high as compared to the rest of the world, and also other policies, including sustainable finance, follow this ambition. So the question is how other jurisdictions will set their level of ambition, and then whether those will match with what EU wants to achieve. And then if not, of course, the differences in solutions, including also such solution as taxonomy, might remain. But also there is a question of the way you approach sustainable reporting. I don't know much about the American system, frankly, and I'm listening with interest, but what I see on the EU side is there's a lot of quite demanding regulations here. So I'm not sure whether this is the model that, for example, the US is following. So this might also bring some differences that investors will have to be confronted with. So just to sum up, I understand the sentiment, but I'm afraid that despite the efforts to coordinate at the international level, certain differences will remain.
네, 저 시간.
Thank you. We're kind of towards the end of our schedule, but I'd like to ask a question to Bartek Cesarski. Russian situation, the war is prolonging. This war, what kind of impact do you think it's going to have on the ESG field?
Well, I think the impact will go well beyond ESG, but what we can see that the war brought the arguments about the treatment of gas, as I mentioned before, because the gas has been seen so far as the transitional, let's say, fuel in the energy mix, and it has been treated as such under taxonomy. But the war, of course, brought the argument that we cannot, I mean, the role of gas as a transitional fuel now is more difficult arguably. But we've seen this rhetorics, but at the end, EU institutions accepted sort of business as usual, in the sense that that gas will still have its role in the mix in the transition from coal. But let's be clear. The labeling of gas under taxonomy, it doesn't say whether this is good or bad, although some politicians would like to see it that way. It's basically just one of the more options for businesses and investors to choose from in the decarbonization processes. But what we also can see that the war changes also the approach to the arms industry. That many ESG reporting tools and haven't seen weapons as something good and to label as sustainable, as something to promote investment in. But now the defense industry has seen a bit different because we see that it also can defend certain values that we care of. So I see those two impacts, that it actually changes looking at certain different industries and changes the perspective also of investors probably.
네,
This now concludes session 2. I'd like to thank again all 3 lecturers for participating. Also, thanks to the 2 panelists. Please give them another big round of applause. Okay, if we could please take a commemorative group photo together with our panelists and our presenters who are joining us online. So if you could stay tuned. Yes, good. And smile. Yes, very good.
Commemorative photo together. Yes, we have the cameraman at the center taking the photo. So on the count of 3, bring out your biggest smile. One more time. Yes, please face front, close to the camera, and on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. This will be all for the session. 네, 이렇게 세션 종료하도록 하겠습니다.
We'll wrap up session 2. Thank you very much. There are a lot of comments on this session on YouTube. So continue on with your participation. We have more programs prepared for you. Song Hyun said, I was really interested in ESG and I'm learning so much today. Hong Minu says, ESG management and investment regarding the issue, I've learned so much. Thank you. Your comments and questions are more than welcome. We'll now move on to the next session, a special session. Ecology, agriculture, and ESG. So we'll first invite Professor Kim Pil-chu of Gyeongsang University and Shi Eun-jae for introduction of Aura, which will be followed by the MOU signing ceremony. So let us please welcome Professor Pil-chu Kim first. Hello everyone, I am Pil-chu Kim from Gyeongsang University. I felt like I'm in the wrong place because I focus on agricultural field, right? And I teach like soil And I didn't know it was such a big scale international conference. Had I known, I should have prepared my slides in English and I could have given a presentation in English, but I was just told to talk about the voluntary reduction, carbon reduction. And I was told that I would give presentation only for like 15 minutes, so I'll have to like compress my presentation. I actually had a chance to attend a similar conference last year, and it was a rather smaller scale, so I didn't feel so nervous. So if my presentation seems kind of not appropriate so much, I ask for your understandings. So we've been focusing on ecological agriculture to save the earth, but we need to go beyond that to realize carbon agriculture. And I was told to give a presentation on greenhouse gas reduction plan through investment in ecological agriculture. So I'm a farmer, right? So what do I know so much about ESG? The thing is, I've been working as certification committee member for greenhouse gas emission run by the Ministry of Environment. So I may have some relevance to this conference. And I'm a researcher in, the means of reducing LULUCF, land use change in forestry. And as you could see, the figure is keep on growing. This only considers the pure emitted carbon volume. This does not include the use of the plastics and everything. And what you see down here below, the blue bars, is about the changes in GHG emissions and absorption by sectors in Korea. We need to efficiently reduce the overall carbon emissions to realize carbon neutrality. We plant trees to absorb carbon, but complete absorption is kind of impossible. That's why we need to utilize carbon sinks. And how is what I'm going to talk about. Agricultural field has 3 different elements of GHG, right? CO2 and methane and nitrous oxide. And agricultural field focuses on methane. When you grow rice and grow cows, there is a lot of methane emitted. But the thing is, the greenhouse effect is higher than that of the carbon dioxide. That's why this is much more expensive than carbon dioxide. So if you reduce 1 ton, then it could be traded with 1 million Korean won. And N2O, the agricultural field uses the most of nitrous oxide as fertilizers. So if we could reduce just a little, it can create a huge impact. So if you could reduce a little bit, I could maybe sell it, trade it in like 1.2 million Korean won for you. So from an overall point of view, you could have 2 different ways to reduce carbon. First, increase the carbon isolation volume. One, through soil's organic carbon accumulation. So in countries where they have vast farmlands, this is one of their core or key technologies. The other one is to develop crops that has larger crop absorption capacity, carbon absorption capacity. 60% of Korea's farmland is the rice paddy, where it emits immense amount of methane. Also in Vietnam, 50% of the entire methane emission comes from farmland, rice paddy in particular. New Zealand as well. Greenhouse gas are mostly emitted in growing cow farming. Globally, 25% of greenhouse gas is coming from farming. And reducing the GHG emissions, you could work on rice paddy and also farm, like protected cultivation and orchard. Now talking about the voluntary GHG reduction projects. First one, external projects, CDMs. And second, incentives. For example, there is about 2.32 kilometers per hectare methane emitted per day from rice paddy. And if you could reduce 40% from that and converge that into the GHG reduction, then you could reduce 2.92 tons of carbon dioxide per day. And then if you provide incentives to the farming households and companies by Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, they could voluntarily work on reducing greenhouse gases. And then they will be monitored how much they have reduced, and then they will receive incentives. We could also model after exemplary cases from other countries. So it can be quite a blue ocean. So mostly, we've been focusing on the energy use efficiency improvement. For example, inside the energy facility, how you could install high-efficiency thermal insulation material like multi-layer thermal curtains, or recollect and use unused thermal energy, or installing circulating water film cultivation, or replace with LED lights. Or you could use the new renewable energy projects, like replacing with geothermal heat pumps, or you could also carry out the nitrogen fertilizer reduction projects, as well as projects that utilizes agro-livestock byproducts and biomasses, and then trade the reduced amount of greenhouse gases. So the greenhouse gas emission reduction project enforcement procedures. First, the best one would be developing the methodology. For this to be possible, we need the IPCC guidelines, and we need to register our methodology. Also, when we reduce the gases, when there is a factor developed, you just multiply that factor to the area of the farmland. Then that's the calculation method. And then in the field husbandry, it has to continue for 3 years as one cycle. So there has been a lot of emission factors and developed methodologies. So please go ahead and implement the project, and you just need to report it later. So if you want to reduce specific gas for specific area of your farmland by cutting the use of water for a certain period of time, be specific in creating the report and submit it to the agency. It's difficult to actually get into it, but once you start on it, you have a benefit or advantage of being able to keep going with it. Next one, through land use change, you have to remove grass and trees, right? This is what we have been doing, right? Leading to the depletion. So then you need to now find a way to increase the soil carbon stock by conservative management. Professor Oak mentioned, is here with us, but I'd like to introduce the concept of biochar. When the biochar is spread upon the land, you can increase the accumulation of CO2. And what's also important is the processed volume of CO2, right? And then how much of carbon stock is there in the land, and the not broken down flections, how much of that is in the land. Up until now, the agricultural waste has been just reused as fertilizers. But now you could produce biochar and utilize that. Like farm oils. Many big companies are utilizing this method to put biomass and then turn that into biofuels. And then there are the Standard Fertilization Control Act, which provides specific guidelines as to what kind of crops should be used for, how much of an land area. So substitute that into that equation, right? This is to calculate the securable amount of the emission permission through a biochar application. Carbon trading will give you the price of 40,000 to 50,000 won for per carbon, right, per ton. But when applying biochar, it's going to be, the price will be higher. So for all this time, I focused on increasing the soil organic matter decomposition in land. But in terms of global warming performance, it was not so effective. But when you focus also on reutilizing methane and trading it, because it has larger, higher impact on the land, the effect is also much higher. In the winter, it's dry, so methane is not really emitted. But in wet seasons, there's a lot of methane being emitted. So we tell the farmers to input more organic matters into the farmland, but then it emits more methane. So between the conventional agriculture method and the organic agriculture method, which is to cover crop reduction, there comes a dilemma. In the center of it lies methane. So maybe we need to look at it not only from a negative perspective, but maybe we could turn that into an opportunity to develop it into a sink. Wrapping up, the land is emitting methane because it is supplied with continuous water. So cut water, that's one way. And management of the organic matters can be another one. And you could also manage the tillage. And I look forward to, and I expect there will be a development of more aggressive inhibitors of methane. So you spread 1.5 ton, then it's going to have an effect of reducing 20 to 30 tons of reduction of methane. So in the end, it's going to save the earth instead of messing up with the earth. I don't know about investment, but I think it's prospective field for investments. So I told you should cut the water, right? This is what happened. When you cut the water for 3 weeks, then you'll have the effect of reducing about 40% methane emission. And we've been working on this research for a long time now. Also, calcium silicate manure processing effect. There is government support in processing this manure. And then when you process more calcium silicate manure, there is less emission of methane. So I calculated 1 ton of calcium silicate manure will lead to 14% of reduction. This is an example in Kimhae International Eco Village. Little villages are not capable of operating such an project, so they bound a few villages together. We persuaded them to work together, and then we offered supply of biochar for the increase of soil carbon content. Also, to reduce methane emission in the rice paddy for 3 weeks of cutting the midsummer drainage, also the input of the calcium silicate manure, when we input biochar, you can cut 7.67 ton of CO2, and cutting the midsummer drainage for 3 weeks, you could reduce the methane CO2 by 2.92 tons. Now, the land area is very important because it connects directly to the economic effect. So when you bound all these farmlands together, right, it's going to lead to, for a voluntary reduction market, it's going to have about 120,000 Korean won worth. And in the external market, it's going to be traded, excuse me, from 380,000 to 600,000 Korean won per hectare.
생각을 하고 있습니다.
It's a great opportunity, I think. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 아주 흥미롭게 이야기 다양하게 해주셨는데요. 네, 김필주 경상대학교 교수님 함께 하셨습니다. 다음에는요, 저희가 업무 협약을 체결하기에 앞서서 오늘 체결식에 협약되는 자발적 탄소 시장 플랫폼 아우라를 간단하게 소개 올리는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 소개를 위해서는 제시은 기후변화센터 기후협력 팀장님께서 함께 하시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Hello, I am Siun Che, and I am a team leader of Climate Change Center. Like Professor Kim said, greenhouse gas reductions in the agricultural field is really important. And how that kind of reduction results can be shared with the public, it requires a public platform. The Climate Change Center this year established a global platform for voluntary carbon market named Aura. So I'm going to tell you about what Aura is first. Aura is a voluntary carbon market platform that is designed to vitalize a voluntary carbon market in Korea and contribute to greenhouse gas reduction. It is a byproduct of two entities, Climate Change Center and RD Echo. And Climate Change Center is an institution established in Korea for the first time with a strong objective to address climate change risks. It is non-NGO agency, and we are working really hard. And our partner, RD Echo, is a IT company that has a strong technological prowess in the third generation blockchain technology. So I said that it is a voluntary carbon market platform. So what is the voluntary carbon market Well, you know, when it comes to carbon market, there are two types of market, voluntary and non-voluntary. So this VCM is for players with no reduction obligations. So these players do not have obligations to reduce their emissions, but they still can take part in greenhouse reduction movement and trade carbon credits and results. So it can also make some contribution to our total global gas emissions reduction. And well, of course, we gave a lot of thoughts when naming this platform. AURA is actually a shortened form for Alliance for Our Responsible Action. And it is also, it has a similar sound of a Spanish word, aura, which means now. So by making this name, we wanted to encourage people to take actions now and be more responsible now. And the objective of establishing this platform is to encourage voluntary players to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and also to create some carbon credit that can be used to offset carbon production of large companies. So Climate Change Center is playing a central role in this, and many other NGOs are working with us. So it has the value of public interest. And we are also ensuring the professional capabilities by getting some advices from other external specialists. And we also have technological prowess as we are working with the blockchain specialized company RD Echo. So the reason we established this platform, well, we have to think about the trend at home and abroad because they are kind of different with one another. When you think about the global trend, you first need to think about the Paris Agreement, of course. And in Glasgow, recently, the Paris Agreement adopted the specific rule for implementation with the Article 6. So this is going to give a rapid rise in global voluntary carbon market. So this means that we are expecting that the global voluntary carbon market will increase by 50 times in coming years compared to 2020. And many global enterprises like Google and Apple are actively participating in VCM already. So if you look at their sustainability reporting, they make some declaration like how many carbons or emissions they reduced voluntarily and how many credits they earned by doing that. And their voluntary actions are well recognized by financial sector or investors as well. However, in Korea, such trends are not really significant yet. In Korea, we do not have any guidelines or platforms or ESG standards that recognizes the role of VCM. However, global trading market and investors market are changing. They are becoming more and more global. So many players in Korea are also part of the global supply chain, and they tend to recognize increasingly the importance and the role of VCM. So many companies now are developing and devising new strategies for ESG management, and in doing this, they are also considering using VCM because that is a way to get carbon credits which can offset their carbon emissions. So this is why we developed Aura VCM for the Korean market. So we do have a mission like this that you see on the screen, and ultimately we would like to vitalize the VCM in Korea and thereby making contributions to the mitigation of climate change and addressing climate risks. We are also working with a lot of experts. One of the advisors to Aura is Chairman Che, who is also the president of BIE and the director board of International ESG Farming Network. He also was an ambassador to climate change. And we do have the president, as you can see, for our organizing committee. And we are also getting a lot of advices from specialized consultants and experts from different fields so that we can enhance the soundness and usefulness of our service. And lastly, I can give you the explanation on the two major services that Aura provides. Well, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions reduction, there can be various projects, and Aura provides a service to evaluate and verify such reduction projects. If one project is to be labeled as green or as a emissions reduction project, it needs to be verified by a third party. And we do have a lot of experiences in this field. So we can work with a third party or independent parties from home and abroad to verify the greenness or the reduction quality of various projects. And if they are verified as green and emissions reduction projects, they can get our carbon unit or carbon credit. And these credits can also be traded on our service or on our platform, so that many other companies can purchase these credits to offset their emissions. So this is the basic idea behind Aura, and our ultimate goal is to better utilize this platform so that more players in the market can take part in greenhouse gas emissions reduction voluntarily. So I would like to expect more participation from all of you, and particularly businesses. So currently we are running a pilot project in Ponghwa Village that Mr. Kim just mentioned. So by running this project, we are trying to create carbon credits and trade them on our platform. So International Forum on Eco-Farming and RE Eco are working with us for this pilot project, and they are going to sign an MOU signing process on the stage. So they're going to come up to the stage very soon. So I'll be ending my speech here, and we will go on.
Thank you, Ms. Jae, for your detailed introduction. And as she mentioned, for the better utilization of Aura, which focuses on providing a platform for voluntary carbon trading market, there's going to be an MOU signing ceremony. So the International Network for Eco-Farming aims to share correct knowledge about healthy food and base eco-friendly eco-farming to develop agriculture models. And RD Eco is an IT company that offers blockchain-based platform solutions and security services. And the two institutions will now have an MOU signing ceremony. And the ceremony will serve to promote awareness in eco-farming, present a platform that can reduce GHG for investment in eco-farming, as well as to foster research in the voluntary carbon trade market. So I ask for all your support and interest for this ceremony. So we'll now first invite Teta Che, ESG International Conference President and BOD Chairman of the International Network for Eco-Farming, to the stage. And we'll also invite Yumi Kim, CEO of RT Eco. So please take your seats. So please pick up the pen and go ahead and sign on the MOU. This Memorandum of Understanding was signed on August 12, 2022 between the International Network for Eco-Farming and RT Eco. If you signed, please hold it up so that we could take a picture. Okay. Thank you very much. Why don't you come in front of the table for the photo shoots? Please give them a big round of applause. Respecting each other's will and promising to cooperate. So we'll invite all the stakeholders to the stage for the group commemorative photo. For this MOU to be signed, there were a lot of supports, endeavors by so many. So we'd like to ask all the relevant stakeholders to please come up to the stage and take the picture together. For the active vitalization and promotion of the awareness for eco-farming, we have just carried out this MOU signing ceremony. How about we say "화이팅" with your masks off? So smile. Thank you very much. This concludes the MOU signing ceremony. Please give them another big round of applause. Okay, so this now concludes the special session. We'll take a coffee break and start our session 3 at 4:30 Korea time. Thank you.
네, 저희 이제 마지막 세션만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 모두 착석해 주시길 바랍니다. 바로 세션 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 착석 부탁드립니다.
Please be seated. We will begin the last session very soon.
네, ESG 국제 컨퍼런스
The 2022 ESG International Conference in Busan. We are now opening the last session for the conference. The ESG management has become a very important concept for many investors, businesses, agencies, and also the public. So today we are going to talk about ESG management in this last session, and the chair of this session will be Hee-Yup Sung. But first, we are going to invite the first speaker, a very famous biological researcher and professor, Choi Jae-chun. The title of his speech today is Nature Abhors Pure Stance, and he's joining us online. Hello, Professor. Hi. Well, I guess we can begin now. Well, sorry for not being there with you. Actually, I am a confirmed COVID-19 patient today, so I couldn't make it there. But for the last 2 years, well, I was not infected, luckily, although I traveled a lot and worked so hard. So I was lucky, but well, I finally got infected by this virus. But yeah, so I'm going to do my best for next 15 minutes. And actually, the title of my presentation seems to be pretty paradoxical, because everyone may think that nature is something pure, but I'm saying here that nature abhors pure stance. So what does that mean? Well, actually, yesterday I checked the WHO website, and almost 600 million people have been infected by this virus. And over 6 million people died since the outbreak of the pandemic. Well, we always claim that we are the owner of this planet, but well, now we are critically and severely attacked by this small virus that we cannot even see with our bare eye. It's pretty ironical. Well, with the outbreak of the pandemic, I actually wanted to highlight something that I think is pretty positive. Like the former Vice President of the United States, Al Gore, I worked so hard to raise the public awareness about the seriousness or importance of climate risks. But my message was not really fully delivered, although I worked so hard. But with the outbreak of the pandemic, when I had a lecture, one person actually asked me, well, is this happening because of global warming? And actually, that question was something that I waited for. People know that climate change and global warming is a serious problem, although they are not really making actions to tackle them in their everyday life. Well, however, it is really difficult to understand what is happening in nature because it is not something that we control in a lab. Everything in nature and on this planet is interconnected with one another, so it is really hard to understand the complex relationship of all things here. However, it is clear that this pandemic is caused by the global warming. According to a research by Science of the Total Environment, there is a great change in bat distribution over the last decade with the rising temperatures across the globe. Bat population decided to move their habitat. Because their previous home was too hot, they moved to other places. So here, the area that is the southern part of China that I am showing on the screen became a hot spot. A lot of bats have shifted their ranges to these regions, responding to climate change. Well, actually, you may know that I was featured in a very famous show, TV show in Korea, You Quiz on the Block. And there, I did a lot of jokes actually that were not aired. But there, I actually told the two MCs that we had to go to the tropical region, and if we get and catch the bats, and if we do the COVID test on them, they will have at least 2 or 3 different species of coronaviruses. And on average, they have 2.67 species or coronaviruses. And as I told you, 40 species of bats moved to southern part of China, right? So if you do the simple calculation, more than 100 new coronaviruses became evident in the southern Chinese region. So what is the take-home message from this fact? If we can't stop climate change, bats will continue to shift their ranges, then we are more likely to experience a similar event in the future, probably with more increasing frequency. But actually, we have to admit that we were pretty lucky, actually extremely lucky this time. Thanks to the development of vaccine, we could survive. Usually it takes over 10 years to develop a new vaccine, but this time we developed excellent vaccines in just 11 months. Or to be more specific, it is not the luck that we had, it is a triumph of life science. We are making our way out of this disaster finally thanks to the life science and technologies. So it is good that we could develop this great vaccine so fast, but if we go through another round of pandemic next time, do you think that we will be lucky again? Life scientists will work so hard again, but we can't guarantee that they will develop vaccine so fast. However, let's say that we get lucky again next time, but still we will have to wear masks again, and millions will lose their life. So what I want to say is that I am grateful for the fact that we have vaccines, but vaccines not the ultimate solution to this disaster. And I told everyone that I made a better vaccine. Chemical vaccine, eco vaccine, and behavior vaccine. And I believe that Korean people used behavior vaccine really well. We distanced ourselves from others, and that was really effective. But still, this is a stopgap measure. The best vaccine is actually what I call eco vaccine. We have to make sure that bad viruses do not enter the realm of the mankind by using eco vaccine. I believe that we will again go through this kind of pandemic in the future. But if we utilize eco vaccine really efficiently, we can prevent it. Well, I tried really hard to explain the concept of eco vaccine, and earlier this year I had a great honor and opportunity for this. Well, for the Venice Biennale 2022, I became a keynote speaker for the linked event, a conference. I was a keynote speaker, and I had a great honor to meet excellent experts from around the world who delivered speeches after me. And that was a great opportunity and great honor for me. Well, actually, if I make a great article or academic paper, and if that's read by 20 or 30 people or 30 scholars, that's it. However, if I attend this kind of event, I can reach hundreds of people. And after that keynote speech, we had of course, a gala dinner all together, and dozens of people came to my table and they applauded my idea for eco vaccine. That's something that I really wanted, and I was so honored. Well, linguistic turn and cultural turn, and we have made and gone through a lot of turns. Technological turn and information turn, all those turns we made matter. However, now we have to think about a very important matter, our survival. So we have to apply an ecological turn to everything we do. So we have to make an ecological turn. We have to take a humble idea, and we have to turn ourselves from Homo sapiens to Homo symbios. And I am pretty positive about this. I believe that this will work in the future because I see that there are some changes from many players of our society. Particularly, companies are making changes due to ESG. However, of course, this change is not perfect. Some companies try to greenwash themselves and so on. Well, I know that today all of you have had a very lengthy discussion on ESG. And I believe that the concept of ESG and the ESG management will last for a long time. It's not a fad. I wanted to talk about ESG for a long time, but I was pretty hesitant about it because I was not really sure if I could get my message reach the public. However, now is the time, so I begin to deliver lectures on ESG. Well, what I want to highlight is diversity. Diversity is the answer to everything. So when it comes to ESG, we need diversity for E, the environment. And when it comes to S pillar, of course, again, we need diversity. And for the G pillar, again, we need diversity. So everything needs diversity. Diversity is a solution to everything in nature. Then how can we apply the diversity to all aspects of our life? If we find that answer to that, we will be able to improve the ESG quality in our society. About 25,000 years ago, the Homo sapiens appeared on the planet. But with the beginning of the agricultural practice, our number grew dramatically. That was about 10,000 years ago. So before the agricultural practice adoption, all the livestock or animals and pets we have accounted less than 1% of the weight of all animals on the planet. But now, if we gauge the weight of all animals that we are living with on this planet now, these animals, including mammals and birds and everything, including the humankind, the weight of them account for almost 99%. That is such a drastic change. The total weight was less than 1%, but now the total weight grew to 99%. So that caused a great loss in biodiversity on our planet. And of course, this has some impact on viruses because these viruses need a host, and we are the host of the planet, and we account for 99% of all animals on Earth. So with all that, I can introduce this concept, Nature First Pure Stance by William Hamilton. The nature doesn't want to be pure. The nature wants to be diverse. We neglected the importance of diversity, and that was the problem. Well, I was the head of National Institute of Ecology for 3 years, and I was ordered to invite 300,000 visitors in the first year. That was a pretty tough challenge, and I thought that if we host a very interesting exhibition, probably I thought we will be able to attract visitors a lot. And luckily, I invited and attracted over 1 million visitors in just first year. But that was not an easy task. And in the process, I actually envied the leader of North Korea because, their society is well aligned and so uniform. With a expression on the face of the leader, everything will just work automatically. But that's it's my joke. I don't think that nobody wants to this kind of society. We want diversity in our society. And actually, The cabinet selection of Canada by Justin Trudeau was really impressive. He promised to make sure that 50% of the positions will be held by female leaders, and he did it. And we tend to believe that the people with Islamic belief or from the Islamic background cause a lot of problem on the planet, but that's not the fact, right? So here, as you can see, the cabinet members include a lot of women and Islamic people and even the disabled. So when I saw this picture, I was so touched because this is the ideal diversity that we all want. So when I was the head of the National Institute of Ecology, I also wanted to make sure that our institute had a great diversity, and it worked so well. So what I want to say today is that the answer is diversity. And diversity can also provide solutions to improve the ESG performance and ESG management. That's the message that I wanted to deliver today, and probably I will end my speech here. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for the informative lecture. I missed your quarantine. As Professor Che said, ESG will continue to be a mainstream in many fields. Second presentation will be offered by Director Young-Do Chang of the BNK Economic Research Institute. Greetings, everyone. I am Young-Do Chang from Economic Research Institute, promoting ESG management. So today, when I was leaving home, I chose to wear a blue tie because this very conference is being held in the marine city of Korea, Busan, right? There is another reason why I chose blue tie, because the maritime issues is quite serious these days. Many countries talk about 200 carries, 300 carries. They, dispute over territories. But in the ocean, there's a chunk of plastic waste that is actually larger than the area of Korean Peninsula. That is a serious problem. The largest ships all over the world, 15 of them, nitrous oxygens and other air pollutants or water pollutants is greater than that of all the land vehicles around the world. Ocean is a life source. We need to remember, okay? So with that, let's talk about ESG. Korean Sustainable ESG Management and Leadership. As you are aware, ESG is an abbreviation of 3 non-financial key indexes: environment, social, and government. This concept began to emerge in around 2005. So who cares to win? It was all about that you have to care about these three pillars in order to succeed. So there were a number of books published about this. And in the United States, Business Around the Table and the Davos Forum talked about let's go beyond shareholder capitalism to focus more on stakeholder capitalism. So then why for the past 15 years such a great concept ESG was hiding and then all of a sudden it popped up globally? For three reasons, I believe. First, the COVID-19 pandemic, this historic disaster all around the globe, really drove us to think about the sustainability of the mankind and focus on not the present benefits and interests, but our long-term sustainability and wellness. But there was also kind of an issue of interest, like non-face-to-face and mobile and IT and autonomous cars and other game changers were also a factor. So the paradigm shift towards this new economic field, the action takers were the advanced countries, right? And then they wanted to differentiate themselves from developing countries and the low-income countries. So they kind of kicked off away the ladder. So for many reasons, just like Professor Che mentioned, ESG is inevitable these days. So again, the COVID-19 pandemic led us to focus on sustainability rather than short-term interest and profit. And we're moving from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. And there was an emergence of responsible consumers who really value good consumption. So there was a connection between marketing and consumption, good consumption concepts. But another way, due to such an abrupt trend of the ESG, there was cartoon presented in the economic magazine in the US saying that the awareness in ESG in all global citizens is on the rise rapidly. But this also led to some problems. There were mushrooming of different evaluation institutions and criteria and standards. And ultimately, it created confusions. And the supply chain broke down since COVID-19, and then this prolonging war changed political strategies from like downsizing the use of coal fuels to increasing back up. Korea is the same. Due to the calls by capitalism, the Western is leading ESG, but in Korea, agriculture-based industries, we are not intruding into other nations, and we were self-supplying ourselves, right? Self-providing. These three concepts are traditional Korean ideas. First one, 석과불식, means that you do not eat all the fruits, but leave the biggest one to grow another plant of that fruit, meaning that you give up on your ambition or greed and hand down the blessings to your descendants. The king is supposed to care for interest of the nation, and the head of the household care for their family's interest only. Then different households are bound to fight, and countries are bound to go on a war. That's why continuing on with ESG is providing advantage to all the stakeholders. There's another concept called 하필왈이. You favor benevolence and righteousness over self-interest. So you need to be able to have a character to be able to share your interest with others. That's equivalent to your social responsibility, right? For transparent management of your company. And there is another story. If really successful and wealthy families in a village would know which household in their village was starving, ran out of rice, because they really cared for each and every member of the village. There is a famous Korean traditional house named Unjoru. Behind that house, you see a large box, rice box. So the owner of that house always filled up that rice box for anyone to, take. So it's rooted in our nature, Korean nature and tradition, to share what you have. And also there was a concept in Korean tradition or customs to reuse your capital. For example, government documents or the national board exam papers that were not used, right? Or exam papers of those who failed the exam. You would gather together those papers and wash them and reuse it to make clothes for low-income family households. So the trend of the Korean companies' ESG management, long-lasting companies, they really care for their neighbors, and they never stop to support them, and they consider it as one of their mission spirit. When Korea was still a receiver of international aids, we never forgot to give and share what we have with others. Also, there is another company that practiced sharing since early on, even from the Japanese colonization era. In Busan, there is a special project or the fund called the Busan Specialized Social Solidarity Fund to support Busan local labor relations. So this is not only for Korea. Should we go for nuclear power or denuclearization? That's another issue, right? In Korea, nuclear power accounts for 44%, while coal 35%. Other than these two, when we really cut the nuclear power, do we have any alternative that is good enough? No, right? So the radioactive waste would last for 100 years or even longer. And how should we handle that? It's not an option. It's a must for the international society to come to a consensus, an agreement, and come up with a solution. Environmental movements and social groups ask for more tighter guidelines in addressing environmental issues. In terms of international agreement, Korea can't be an exemption. Many countries did participate in international agreement, but sometimes they broke the agreement. But for Korea, we're the 7th largest export country around the world. So whether or not we do agree, we must comply with international norm. So we need to comply with these standards, but we need to keep confident, and we need to be self-driving, because we can be an ESG powerhouse. So we need to come up with our own way of promoting our ESG and promote cooperation between the public and private sectors. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 함께 해주신
Thank you. That was Mr. Young-do Chung of BNK. How the Korean society needs to embrace the ESG concept for the management. That was the key message and from Mr. Chung. And now we are going to invite the last speaker of session 3. Ji-won Ha is delivering a speech titled ESG for Consumers. Hello, I am Ji-won Ha. I know that my name may confuse you because it is the name of a famous actress in Korea, but I'm not that actress. Anyways, good to see all of you. And the title of my speech today is ESG for the Consumers Terrified by Climate Change. I know that many of you are terrified by climate change, right? We are terrified by a serious issue of waste caused by the pandemic. And this Monday, we had a very serious extreme weather event, right? The Seoul metropolitan city was flooded with a large quantity of water. That was a heavy rainfall that struck the city within just an hour. And at the same time, many other cities and regions in Europe were having difficulties due to the heat wave. So, when it comes to climate change, we always talked about glacier melting or polar bear extinction and so on, which really did not really touch our heart. However, things changed. The talk of polar bear began like 3 decades ago, and now we don't talk about polar bear. We don't have to talk about polar bears anymore because this climate change, the impact of climate change is actually being witnessed in our daily life. This is the book that I wrote actually, Happy Habit to Change the World. So if you don't feel that climate change is something that affects your life, it is not easy for you to make changes in your life. However, now I believe many more people, increasing number of people, are realizing that climate issue is something that is closely related to their daily life. So this picture shows that, oh, this guy is feeling that my skin is excellent, it's beautiful, but right there, if you look him from behind, his skin is awful. That is the situation where you are in right now, considering the climate change. So I am the president of EcoMom Korea. We are working with a lot of international organizations, including UNEP. We are working with the ESG 1% for the planet, and we also earned the status of special negotiator by ECOSOC, and we established ESG Life Lab too. So what is this? Well, eco vaccine that was mentioned by Professor Choi, and diversity also are a very important concept. And trees are something very important and essential in all life, right? Well, so what I want to tell you is that we, EcoMom Korea, wants to be the tree for all of you. We want to create shades, and we want to provide a source for all life forms. So now we still have to wear masks. And here, what are you looking at on the slide? This big guy, if you look at closely, it is the climate change. It is not in the ring yet, but it is causing a lot of problems already because it's a huge issue. And recently, the Davos Forum, and this Davos Forum is actually publishing 10 most serious risks to the world every year, and this year, 6 out of the 10 risks mentioned by Davos Forum were related to the environment or climate change. So it is a really eminent problem that for which we need to take action right now. So climate change is actually more serious issue than the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, and I know that COVID-19 pandemic created a lot of problems, but it is actually creating a vicious cycle because we are using more plastics, including masks, creating more waste. And it is closely and directly related to your daily life, right? We are witnessing a lot of natural disasters due to abnormal weather events. And last year, one of the Simpsons episodes said that the sun showed that the sun was like, oh, this is the hottest summer for my life. And the dad here says, no, this is the coolest summer in your life. That's a really well said line. And the temperatures on the European continent will continue to rise. And a few years ago, a group of scientists said that the temperatures of the European continent on average will go beyond 40 degrees Celsius. And back then, people didn't believe it. However, now, today, the average temperature actually reached the 40 degrees Celsius. And this is a picture offered by NASA. That is just few days ago. As you can see, the planet is red. It is not the blue planet anymore because it is on fire. It's so hot. And this picture is from 5 days ago. This is the center of the Seoul metropolitan city. On the left, you can see all the road is just full of water. As you can see, cars are just everywhere, submerged in the water. And on the right, the subway stations also filled with water. And Larry Pink of BlackRock also said that if you want investment and money, do not piss off the planet. However, companies are not taking this message seriously yet. Well, we are saying that we have to achieve carbon neutrality. However, there are some misunderstandings about it. Well, how can we achieve carbon neutrality? We need to go negative if we want to make it neutral. Then who will do the job for negative action? Well, technologies will do it? No. The CCUS technology is still in its very early stage. And because of the climate change or global warming, we see an increasing number of massive, mega-sized wildfire events, which is making the situation even worse because that is emitting a lot of CO2s. So everything is not going in the right direction. Things are in a great problem. So another issue that in our society is massive consumption, massive production, and massive waste production. Well, one thing that we have to remember is that if you make a lot of things, it will inevitably create a lot of waste. And that large amount of waste cannot be processed by the earth or by the nature or by the ecosystem. And companies and organizations can do a lot of things, but still we need to encourage the people, general people, to take actions. So we want companies, and here I will talk about 5 different types of companies. First, companies that do not greenwash. There are some companies practicing greenwashing. Like, for example, the term clean diesel makes no sense. There's no such a thing like clean diesel. And TerraChoice is an environmental marketing firm, and they created 7 different types of greenwashing actually. And this definition may be able to help consumers when they make decisions or purchasing decisions. And actually, this greenwashing is prevalent. For example, in total, and in the end, we want to reduce the total amount of greenhouse emissions. So if you reduce the emissions in one part, but if you increase the emissions in other parts, that's not neutral or even negative. It is positive. So what is most important is to produce less. Unless we reduce the total amount of production or total emissions, it's not green. Every year, companies companies produce 515 tons of greenhouse gases every year. Mostly it's from the manufacturing sector, but it is also from the IT sector, service sector, and others. And to produce a piece of T-shirt, the companies use more than 2,000 liters of water. So the more we produce goods, the more waste we make. And another serious problem is food waste. We buy too much, and inevitably we create too many waste, particularly food waste. And also, if you can, you have to choose vegetables over meat if you care for the environment. And third, consumers want companies that produce healthy products. Many companies focus on being green when they manufacture goods. However, they have to go beyond. They have to also ensure the greenness of a product when they are in use. So for example, producing shampoo must be green, but using that shampoo must be green as well. And here the example of hand sanitizer or soap. Here you can see that it kills 99.9% of germs. But that's not a good thing actually if you think about it. We need to have good germs on our skin sometimes. So killing everything is not good considering biodiversity. And these wet tissues used for babies do not compose easily. It's not biodegradable. That's actually a problem, but people think that these baby tissues are clean and green. And consumers also want companies that engage consumers in their environmental practices. Like milk that does not come with a plastic straw is being loved by a lot of people these days. And lastly, consumers want companies that apply life cycle assessment to their ESG management. Well, there's something called the LCA, or life cycle assessment for a product. When you think about a product, you have to think about the entire process or entire life of the product, from production to distribution, to sales, to use, and scrapping. So consumers need to think about the entire life cycle of the product, and companies also, of course, need to do so. So this is the image that explains life cycle stages. So far, we focused on the production part only. However, we have to think about the stage before the production and after the production. So what kind of materials it uses and how the final product is being transported or delivered to customers. So we have to consider the entire cycle from the upstream to midstream and low stream, and consumers need to better understand this entire life cycle of a product too. So for the last 3 decades, we've seen a lot of progress in science and technologies, but we will have to do more for our future. And according to BBC, big life changes are the only answer to climate change. So our changes in lifestyle will go hand in hand with new policy development. They all go hand in hand. And the Secretary General of the United Nations said recently that if we convert the life of Earth into 1 year, the mankind used up 1/3 of the natural resources in just 0.2 seconds. So the Earth is on the brink of failing, and we need to focus on ESG, and we need public support. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, CEO Ha. She talked about the awareness in the consumers for ESG improvement. We'll now move on to the panel discussion, moderated by Hyep Sang, the head of the Busan Startup Center Promotion Group. And as our panelists, we'll invite Professor Tae-Chun Choi from Ewha Women's University and Mr. Young-Do Chang, Director of the BNK Economic Research Institute, as well as Chi-Won Ha, the CEO of the Ecomom Korea. So we'll talk about more, in-depth points regarding ESG management. Those who are joining us online, you could feel free to leave any questions or comments. So stay tuned as we continue on with the discussion on ESG management. We will now invite the three presenters and our moderator, Hyep Sang.
좀 양해를 해주시면.
I need to ask for your understandings as because I want to take off my mask. Do we have Professor Che with us? No, because his COVID-19 condition, he wasn't able to join us for the discussion. So we have two presenters of the session with us. This is the last session, as you know, of the program, and we are focusing on ESG management. In the previous sessions, we talked about, different issues like investment, practicing ESG. It takes companies and governors and also consumers. Professor Che was more like from an ecological stance or perspective as he looked at the ESG. And his conclusion was that we need to secure diversity and purity-centeredness. Like, one of the representative example would be Nazism, that your own national identity is superior over all others. The nature is the same. Biodiversity is critical. Without biodiversity, the nature will also face, the breakdown. It had happened a few times in our history, for example, the plantation issues in the past. So Professor Che's perspective of the value of ESG in terms of, from the perspective of diversity, right? And Mr. Young-Do Chang focused on the ESG practice from the company's perspective. And ESG is becoming a major trend, not only in the statistical terms, but in actual fields, right? And since long ago in our history, Korea, the ESG concept has already been there and had been, in practice. And now CEO Ha focused on what consumers could do to improve our ESG, right? And maybe overseeing how the government and the companies practice ESG. So I'd like to ask a question first to Director Chung. Talking about greenwashing, it had been mentioned many times. Meaning, it's only superficial, right? CEO Ha also mentioned that, many companies seem to be practicing ESG. And they sometimes manipulate or use ESG only as a concept to enhance their corporate image. There can be many different aspects and stances. How about Busan Bank, for example? What's their stance and status recently? Well, the BNK Financial Group encompasses BNK Capital and BNK Investment Security and many more than 10 businesses in Gyeongnam area. Our group has a disadvantage in operating ESG, right? We handle steels, shipmaking, but we use R&D capital. We lend out for ESG management. And as we declared ESG, we decided to be a platform for local communities' ESG practice. As I mentioned, other than production faculty, our company has only less than 5 office employees with revenue of less than only 10 billion Korean won. And how can we actually have an influential ESG management? Well, the executives of the BNK banks they sometimes are concerned that abrupt changes to ESG management can be rather problematic or endanger the survival of the company. So we are maybe seeking rather gradual changes. Well, in Busan area, BNK Group's role is critical and very influential in this area. So the lifestyle patterns of consumers, what consumers can do. If the BNK Group could take initiative of what encouraging consumers to go towards ESG management, it would help really. I am titled as the head of the Busan Startup Agency Promotion Group. I'm also a CEO of an investment company in Busan. So we've been investing in more than 40 startups in this region. So we didn't really have a chance to think seriously about ESG management. So aside from the trend of the ESG these days, when thinking about sustainability of a company, it's a must to consider when you evaluate a company's, long-term sustainability, governance as well. It's not only an issue for large-scale companies, but also for SMEs. Therefore, we'll also continue on looking at ESG management as we invest in different companies. And last year, we have hosted more than 10 events of educating government officials, public officials on ESG. Not only officials from Busan City, but officials from other government departments or offices attended this educating programs for carbon neutrality. And they are mandated to come up with the 2030 carbon net zero plans. It can be mothers, it can be consumers, it can be businessmen. And what really matters is the change in the center of your mindset as to thinking about the importance of the ESG. Can you, Ms. Ha, be more specific as to how practically can consumers really implement ESG? If you could elaborate a little more, please.
Thank you. Well, like you said, lifestyle changes are actually can take place only when we make changes in our mindset. So we have to have a totally new attitude towards everything. If we continue to do what we do today, the extreme weather events will not stop, and the price of food will go up drastically because it's so hard to cultivate plants and crops under this climate. So the planet is sending a lot of warning signals, but we just don't understand it yet. And you know that the Korean society was hit by a serious issue of a toxic chemical in humidifier. It killed a lot of kids, and the manufacturer of the chemical faced a lot of lawsuits. But the chemicals were sold only in the Korean market. What was the reason? Lack of regulations? No. This is the only market that has a lot of people using humidifiers. If you go to other countries, if the weather is winter, naturally it's cold at home and also outside. So you have to wear multiple layers of clothes to keep yourself warm. But in Korea, you can wear short sleeve even during the winter because you heat your house up. You use a lot of heaters. So that's why it's so dry indoors, and that's why we use a lot of humidifiers. So the toxic chemical found in the humidifier was just one thing. It caused a lot of problems. I went to a European country last summer to attend an academic conference, and there in a room I could find no air conditioning facility. It was so hot and humid. And I came back, and in Korea, when I was in cafe, it was so cold due to the AC. When I was riding the KTX today, it was just so cold. Although We just experienced the serious extreme weather of heavy rainfall just a few days ago. We are still running the AC to the fullest. And the thing is that the ACs that we use in Korea do have a great energy efficiency level. So if we have a better level, we should have reduced energy consumption, right? Do you think that's what happened? Raise your hand if you think so. Well, actually, we didn't reduce the total amount of energy we consume with AC because it was actually a great marketing tool. The companies could tell the people that you can use 2 ACs now because it doesn't use a lot of energy. It's so cheap to use. So people who owned only 1 AC now own 2 ACs, consuming more energy. So it's not working. So we produce more, we consume more, and we create more waste. So I think we have to change our attitudes in our daily life. We have to seek a natural way of living. As a consumer, if we change our mindset, someday probably you'll become a business leader or a policymaker, right? So if you make changes first in your daily life, you will be able to affect the decision making of a company or nation.
Yeah, there are. I rarely see countries that have their air conditioner on so constantly, setting the temperature so low. Natural life. I really agree with you. We worry about, the blackouts, yet we consume so much electricity. That's very ironic, right? The public institutions are, showing the exemplary practice of saving the energy or electricity, but different individual households need to change their lifestyle. Any questions or comments from the floor? Maybe 1 or 2? There is one. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I saw hope, also a frustration together today, and all the presentations was in the midst of the overall paradox, I thought. I mean, in this space right now, the air is on constantly, and it's cold. It's chilly in here. So our action needs to be rather a long term. And our keynote speaker talked about how much of an energy must have been consumed to come up with a 100-year strategy or plan. And ESG managed structure and system had a long way to go to come, to where we are today. I mean, it deserves, a commendment for our, endeavor that we have put in. But I think of it as a battle or a war. What do you do very first when you fight against something? You dispatch your persons to your enemy countries and try to change the mindset by educating children. You brainwash them. even. So what I suggest is that we need to maybe host contest, ESG contest for children that could provide an opportunity to educate our children. Maybe I'd like to suggest to Mr. Chung. We have participated in different contests like art contests, music contests, and Ms. Ha also mentioned that it really depends on the consumer's lifestyle of those who are have been kept for 30 or 40 years will not easily change. It's better to change the lifestyle of children. I think we need to invest more effort and time in educating our children. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
Actually, for last couple of days, I became an ESG expert on the accident. And in the process, I looked back on my personal life and individual habits. Like you just said, ESG is the competition of good lives. Well, if we compete to have good lives at least, you sometimes may look back on your lives and kind of try to live that way. Walk the word. So I think that ESG may not be perfect, but it will lead us to create a better objective and make ways towards reaching that. Every morning, I actually do a workout. I go up and down of stairways every morning. And the place where I do the workout has a lot of posters created by the kids, ESG posters. Every time I look at them, I feel touched so much, and I hope that we can provide more ESG contests and education for our kids. I agree with you. Thank you for the question and answer. Well, as a person with a background of environmental education, that was a great comment. Thank you for that. Actually, from the 80s, for about 34 years, I did a lot of work to deliver the message of reducing food waste. But for over 3 decades, we didn't and we couldn't really make fruits or tangible results. We've done and spent a lot for marketing. Like we made posters, advertisements, and we changed a lot of facilities for restaurants and so on. But we only focused on existing businesses, restaurants, and adults. But if we focused on kids' education, like 3 decades ago, probably the results of today will be different. So education takes a long time. It may seem really to be slow in making progress, but actually, well, that is the fastest way to make change. Things do not change quickly. That's something that we have to remember. For example, I think that providing one session for 1,000 students may not be so efficient if you compare that with a training course, repetitive training course for 100 students. So that's my idea. And I know many of you are sitting here for a long time today, and I can see your passion. Thank you for being here with us today.
멸종으로
If the globe goes extinct and revives, do you think maybe the Homo sapiens will come to existence again? Probably not. Our survival of mankind on this earth is a blessing, which means that we need to care more for sustainability of this earth. The ecosystem issues and carbon neutrality issues have been in the center of the global discussion only recently, right? Maybe Director Chung, after coming back to Korea, after he studied overseas, he wrote a few books. It's been about 20 years since he, started working on this, focusing on these issues. Although Ms. Ha mentioned some negative, how not impactful the endeavor has been, but there have been some progress as well. People have become smarter on looking at these issues. And there have been some lifestyle changes. So although it was a, only one-day program, we were able to have an in-depth discussion. And it was a very meaningful time talking about ESG, right? And everyone here, I hope, will become evangelists of the ESG, right? And Ms. Ha, do you have, the membership in your group, maybe? I hope this provided us an opportunity to think about practical, implementation of ESG in our, our lives. This concludes session 3. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
토론 마지막.
Thank you. Again, we are going to end this panel discussion with a final shoot of group photo. So please wear your masks for the photo first, and later we will take off the mask too.
세션에 3분 함께 해주셨는데요. 네, 가까이 밀착한 상태로 사진 남겨보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 테이블 앞쪽으로 나가서 사진을 찍어볼까요? 네, ESG 경영 세션.
ESG management session. This is the end of the last session. Thank you so much. And again, another photo without the masks.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 이렇게.
Thank you for your cooperation and patience. This will be the end of the last session and also today's conference. We prepared dinner for the participants, so please follow our staff members to find the dining area. So yes, this is the end of the 2022 ESG International Conference in Busan. ESG is a very important concept that we all have to better understand, and I hope that many of you pay attention to this concept in coming days and weeks and months too. And this is the end of the conference, but for next 4 days we will continue the Blue Planet Future Festival. So please enjoy the film festival, and we are going to end the conference with the official trailer for the BPFF. Thank you.
네, 현장 계신 분들을 위해서 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이 트레일러가 상영된 이후에 함께 기념사진 촬영 진행하도록
There will be a group photo session with all participants and guests. So please wait and join us for group photo.
입니다. 네, 하나뿐인 지구 영상제 많은 관심을 부탁드리면서요. 지금 현장에서 함께